operate our constitution in various capacities, whether from civil society, academia, from the public services. Okay, hello? Yeah, so we have found these extremely rich. The conversations have been very robust, and the committee has been greatly assisted by these interactions. And we believe that today's will be no exception. Corruption is a big issue. It's almost impossible to get a sense of how it is that we're going to handle this, but we usually start with an anchor production, an anchor presentation. So one presenter gives us a very broad overview of the subject matter as it relates to the Constitution and the law, and we take off from there. So that's what we're going to do today. We have invited a number of individuals representing themselves and institutions and organizations, but all of whom we believe have something really important to contribute to this exercise. Dr. Kojo Asante, who is the Director of Policy Engagement and Partnerships at Ghana Center for Democratic Development, and has been working in the area of anti-corruption, among others, will give us the lead presentation today, and then after that we will proceed to discuss the issues that are flagged and raised by his presentation. We have invited Shraj. We expect Shraj to be here. We expect various institutions that work in the anti-corruption area, including the Office of Special Prosecutor, and others to be here. And I'm sure that in the course of the day, they'll be in attendance. So Kojo, if you are ready, you can proceed with your presentation. Sorry, in the meantime, let me introduce, or let's introduce the members of the committee who are here. Justice Sophia Adinyira will join us, is joining online, and she's not able to join us in person, as is Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. So two of our members will join online. I think the rest of us are here. My name is Kwesi Prempe. I'm the chair of the committee.
My name is Kwame Kakeri. I'm a member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Osei. I'm a member of the committee.
My name is Godwin Jokoto, member of the committee.
My name is Isians. I'm also a member of the committee.
Reina Kumpergia. I'm the secretary to the committee.
Well, while we wait for Dr. Asante's presentation to be loaded, I guess the participants who are here could also take their turns to introduce themselves. Starting.
Good morning. I'm Teche Duamankwa. I'm a research assistant to the committee.
Good morning. Please, my name is Benedict Do. I work for Ghana Integrity Initiative.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Yaudomelevo, a retired public servant.
Good morning, Kojo Asante with CDD Ghana. Good morning. I'm the Reverend Father Michael Kweku, Director for Governance, Justice and Peace of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference.
My name is Simon Aboninga, representing United One Ghana.
Kwashi Fleshalate, representing United One Ghana.
Good morning, I'm Emmanuel K. Dubevi. I'm the Managing Editor of Ghana Business News.
Our ninth member just arrived.
Hello, my name is Aiko to former Attorney General.
Hello, my name is Agatha Roxon, an academia and a lawyer.
Hi, good morning. I'm Hiba Abdul Nasser, a legal research assistant for CRC.
Good morning. I'm Kwesi Mferjo, also a research assistant with the CRC.
All right, Kojo, the floor is yours. If you could do it in 15, 20 minutes, max.
I'll try. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. To submit our proposals to the committee. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but we've also made available the write-up to the committee, and I'm sure you can look at it later. Okay. All right. So the outline of my presentation of the character of corruption in Ghana, I think it's important to understanding that for us, corruption is an existential threat. And the more we wait in trying to deal decisively with it, the more we risk the stability of the state of Ghana. And I just really wanted to paint that picture. And then also, I tried to frame the issue of corruption as a challenge of democratic accountability. I think corruption is really the symptom of a very weak democratic accountability framework that currently in practice does not seem to address the problem of the problem that we are currently facing with corruption, and then go forward to make some proposals for constitutional reform, and then conclude. So there are 4 characteristics I want to talk about. First of all, corruption, as we know, has been very persistent. So we always complain about corruption. Almost every government that has won election, maybe in the Fourth Republic, corruption is one of the key things that they ride on, during the elections. And you can see from this corruption perception index, CPI trend data, this is from 2015 to 2024 in terms of our performance on the CPI. Look particularly at 2020 to 2023, where 4 consecutive years we scored 43, reflecting a real period of stagnation. And the Ghana Integrity Initiative, which is a Transparency International chapter, indicated that if you look at other African countries, when you have that level of stagnation, it is almost inevitable you're going to decline. And that's exactly what happened in 2024. So you keep going down, after this period of stagnation. So the story, and of course, 43 is below average. So that's where we've been hovering for a long time. Corruption is also very pervasive. And this is an Afrobarometer. One of the questions that Afrobarometer asks is, how many of the following people do you think are involved in corruption? Or the 2024 finding on Afrobarometer. And if you see the list, what is interesting is that almost everybody that is charged with the responsibility to lead the corruption fight is perceived as corrupt. So you have to ask yourself, we are in a real dilemma. All the people that we are asking them to fight corruption are perceived as corruption, not just in sort of, look at the numbers in terms of police and 63, 54, where citizens are saying most of them, right? That's in the darker shade. If you look at some of the other people that we also are supposed to lead the corruption fight, judges, magistrates, also perceived in the same way. The president, MPs, perceived in the same way. So it tells you the level of pervasiveness. Francisca Enchel, who the first female investigative journalist of the year, describes this situation as really institutionalized corruption. Even if you expose people, you end up having to report the same people to the people who have sanctioned the corruption. So it's everywhere, and we can even talk about private sector. I'm sure all of you have had experience of it, and even religious bodies, that's also. So it tells you where we are when it comes to corruption. The third characteristic is that corruption has been normalized. And here, I try to draw on my good friend Emmanuel Dubovi, who is here, his characterization of corruption, which really, for me, captures why he's become an existential threat and one that we have to deal with. He points out that over the years, you have a combination of a lack of fear of repercussions, so people have come to understand that really nothing happens when you put your hands in the kitty. And then you have a high cost of living, and it has lowered our inhibition for corruption, for dishonesty, right? So the way in which we reacted to corruption these days is more like, sometimes it's even described as God that has placed this opportunity, before you, that you have to take advantage of it. And against cultural norms, we don't feel shame anymore. We've say, from illegal fishing, from illegal timber, and so on and so forth. If you have that kind of party that is waiting to be government, you are really threatening the state. Right? And then also, it has led to policy incoherence and distortion. And I take the JIDA scandal, which at the time was meant to address the issue of youth unemployment. And we know what happened to it, and we know why youth unemployment continued to persist as to today. And even one of the things that had developed after the JIDA scandal was this idea of deducting from source, sanitation fees from district assemblies, and so it's come to stay. And everybody that looks at local government complains about that. But through that scandal and the incentives that was presented, we are left with that. You can talk about quality grain and the whole issue of trying to make local rice, consumption of local rice, popular in Ghana. Maybe it set us 10 years back because of a scandal like that. And then you can talk about security vulnerabilities, right? The recent issue about the disappearing, what's it called? At the ports or actor in the state has lost trust significantly, I must say as well, whether it's members of parliament, ruling party, president, police, courts. Over a period, the people have lost trust. And you can just imagine how difficult it is for a government to be believed. Anything you say, people are having two minds, and that makes it very difficult for us to govern. So that's what we are dealing with when we talk about corruption. But as I said, corruption for me is a symptom of a bigger problem, and that is the democratic accountability problem. What do I mean by that? So the Constitution set up a framework which I call the democratic accountability framework. And it works like this. So we, the citizens, as the sovereign, we elect our political leaders, who are duty bearers or our agents, through free and fair election, which is also competitive, to govern and deliver quality public services on our behalf, right? Now, the agent delegates power to other agents and public servants who then report to the prime agent, and then the agent can also report to the citizens. So this accountability structure begins to form. Then in government, you have two types of accountability. You have the vertical accountability, which is that the next election, the agent, if they perform, is rewarded. If they don't, they are punished and they lose power. And then citizens and media can also demand accountability from the agent, either RTI, media asking questions, and so on. Then you have horizontal accountability, which comes in two parts. You have the interbranch accountability, where Parliament and the judiciary can restrain the excesses of the executive in accordance with the Constitution. And then the intra-branch, where within the executive framework, you have supreme audit agencies like Mr. Domlevo is here, the Auditor General, internal audit, prosecutorial bodies, investigative bodies, and so on, all trying to make sure that everybody is following the law. And then there's expectation that there is sufficient information symmetry, that the principal, as citizens, we are getting enough information about what the model framework that the Constitution sets up. So when they get into government, they are supposed to oversee this, and this process will work, and then we will all get quality public services, health, education, security, and all of that. So the expectation of a democratic state where the accountability works to benefit the citizen is that first, the process to elect political leaders to form a government to represent the people have to be corrupt-free and meritorious, so that the elected leaders serve with integrity and in the public interest. It's simple. Garbage in, garbage out. Right? Political parties who organize to serve as the aggregators of the citizens' interests will provide a democratic platform to select people with integrity and commitment to serve the public interest and present them for public elections. The opportunity to put oneself for election will not be constrained by excessive money, particularly undisclosed sources of money. It comes back to the issue of how do you get integrity, how do you get public interest. The civil and public services will be professional and impartial in the discharge of their duties in the service of the public interest. And where political leaders attempt or serve in their private interest as against the public interest in breach of their oath, they will be held accountable horizontally through the actions of other agencies like the OSP or whatever, or other branches of government, which is Parliament which is Parliament and the Judiciary, and then ultimately vertically through elections. So these are all assumptions that the democratic accountability process makes. In practice, what has happened? The electoral process has been corrupted through vote buying, right from the internal party processes for elections of persons to run the political party, and then in selecting candidates, for public elections, right? So, right from the source, the process is corrupted. The electoral process then also is monetized, leading to the capture of political parties to the highest bidder, stifling internal party democracy and meritocracy. Then political parties have developed internal party rules that fall short of the dictates of the Constitution, and there are no serious rules of enforcement to check corruption of the political party or to promote integrity. Let me use this, okay. All political actors elected or appointed enter government having spent excessive amounts of money from internal party processes to public elections. So CDD estimates that it now costs approximately $650,000, about 10 million Ghana cedis, to become a member of parliament, and that's including nurturing your constituency, and between $100 million and $150 million to run for president. Now, these financial burdens create a perverse incentive for office holders to want to recoup campaign expenditure through corrupt means. The bureaucracy have been politicized, with political leaders using promotion and transfers in the public service as a broad system of party patronage to control civil and public servants to obey their demands. Institutions of restraint have been emasculated through the excessive powers of appointment and the discretionary authority of the president and agents. In a pervasive corrupt environment, the opportunities and motivation for corruption is rife. Sanctions are ineffective because the majority of actors entrusted with the authority of sanction are those involved in corruption, and I've made that point. It also makes the promise to deliver contracts and kickbacks to party financiers credible at the point of election. So if the opportunities are available in government for me to deliver kickbacks to you, if at the time of election I say, give me money or support me, and I will give you a contract when I get to government, it makes it credible because you can actually deliver it. The only time people will have doubt is if it's harder for you to deliver it when you are in government. And citizens and media are able to demand accountability in spite of limited information and transparency, and yet political leaders are able to avoid accountability without consequence until elections. Accountability through elections then become a manageable cost. It becomes a manageable cost in the political duopoly where there is a legitimate expectation that power will change hands every 8 years. So we can absorb that cost. If we lose election, let's just wait. The next time it will be MPP's turn, the next time it will be NDC's turn, and we play this game for over 30 years. So it's not that people are living in abstract terms. This is a reality. They've experienced it, and we've done it enough times. The net effect is that corruption is rife, incentives against corruption is weak, government policy is incoherent, investigative and prosecutorial bodies are unable to function well, and there is a general impunity. The point is that, I mean, I'm sure those specialists who, Mr. Domelevo is here, when you have to fight corruption everywhere and everybody is involved, it's not realistic. You stick out like a sore thumb, that they will crush you before you even have an opportunity to do anything. The ideal situation is that you have to leave corruption greedy ones so that you can have focus. But if everybody is doing it, it's very difficult for you to really deal with it. So, our proposals. As I said, it's an accountability chain, and we have to make sure that at every level of the chain, we are trying to change the incentive structure. And at the moment, the incentive structure is towards more corruption rather than less corruption. So you have to start with electing leaders with integrity and orienting them towards the public interest. The orientation towards public interest addresses the development point. Right? Addresses the development point. So we cannot leave the business of internal party to the parties themselves to regulate. Every party is a party waiting to come to government. If parties are going to be corrupt during internal party processes, you don't expect, so first of all, if they want to do it to themselves, you don't expect that when they get into government, they would then change. You don't expect that when they get into government, they would then change when they have to do it to others. So internal party processes have to be regulated. Sorry, I think the internet. Yeah, the internet. Okay. Yes. So we have to add provisions on integrity, disqualification from contesting for public office where there are breaches, clear requirements of asset declaration for candidates, because that's the other thing that our provisions tend to look at the party and not candidates. And we have to remember they are also independent candidates and so on. So Article 55, 13, 14, 15, the opportunities there to enhance the regulation of internal party processes. Also, we need to think about some support from the state to political party activity, and some can be in kind. So the EC can or should be supervising the conduct of all party elections referred to above at the cost of the state. We have to, it's a very serious issue for me that if you want to guarantee a state that has integrity, then you have to have a party that has integrity, particularly if you are going to operate a democratic state where multi-party democracy is what we want to practice. And then it also requires a comprehensive party and campaign financing, which can come through statute. But the Constitution must, demand that. Then you then have to look at the other side. Who are the regulators of the internal party space? And that's where you come to the Electoral Commission and the process of public elections. So Chapter 7 on the representation of the people, we have to look at governance arrangements for the EC. They should include the appointment process. We've talked about it. Should we go the Kenya way? This selection panel process, interviews, all that kind of stuff. The tenure of non-executive members of the EC. Currently, if you look at the EC composition, the chair, deputy chairs are Article 71 holders. The non-executive don't have tenure. It doesn't state their tenure. And basically, if you, by implication, you will say that they are part of the public service, and therefore they are just public servants. So, but again, how do you give them security of tenure so that they can be free to do what they need to do? Then clear prohibitions on partisanship. So we don't state in Chapter 7, not belong or participate in a party activity and so on, even though it's supposed to be a non-partisan, independent body. There has to be competency provisions, and then we need to make rules around the decision-making of the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is supposed to be a commission, like the commission here, or the committee here, but it has almost operated like a sole commissioner, since it started. What are the rules governing how it makes its decisions? Right. So the issues of competency provision, I think they'll be coming up for a lot of the bodies that raise here. Then loosening the executive hold on institutions of restraint and the bureaucracy. So going back to Article, I think there's a mistake here. So Articles 70 and 71 on the independent governance institutions, also reviewing so not on the code of conduct, sorry about that, review provisions on the appointment of heads and boards of IGIs and other institutions of restraint, and then making clear, elaborate competency provisions. I think in the OSP Act, we tried to begin to introduce that. So you don't just say, once you qualify to be a member of parliament, you can become head or whatever, that you state clearly what the competency requirements are. And then we have to consider removing or reducing the presidential powers. So the presidential powers of appointment, can be just ceremonial. Who are the actual people who are appointing these institutions that are supposed to restrain the executive? Then you can look at Article 191, 193, 195, and also Chapter 26, where you have things like implied powers, discretionary authority, all of those things. Actually, the miscellaneous section of of Chapter 26 really gives a lot of scope for outlining and defining a lot of what exactly should happen. So let's look at public service arrangements on promotion and transfers. This is the big hold that the political class have over the bureaucracy. A lot of studies have been done to show, they'll transfer you to WOW or someplace, or to, WOW these days is beautiful, so maybe, they'll tell you somewhere where you have to leave your kids, and it's a real hold, or you never get promoted, and these are used to basically, control people to do the wrong thing. And then enhancing the regulation of discretionary authority. Article 296, 297, which I think 297 deals with implied power. 296C, we should take the opportunity to clarify the requirement for subsidiary legislation having discretionary authority. Following the decision in France versus Attorney General, the Supreme Court decision, declaring the provision as unjusticiable, not unjustifiable, and weakening the accountability of the administrative law architecture. So we should make sure that decisions that are being taken by public officers across the state, they have to be reasonable, they have to be conducive to good principles of administrative law, like legitimate expectation. We should look at the US Administrative Procedure Act, for instance, that sets the same kind of framework, and we can borrow from there. And we can go into Article 35(7) to review and elaborate provisions on the continuity of projects, because that's the other area where we have a lot of waste, also a lot of corruption goes on. If we are going to keep Chapter 6 as not justiciable, then for something as important as this, we need to move it from there. And I don't know if we can do that under this framework. And then strengthen the incentive to enforce sanctions. We have to go back to the long-held demand for an independent prosecutor's office. Are we going to create that? Article 88, we need to look at that and see whether, so basically almost bringing the setup of the OSP or into that line that would now have roots in the Constitution. Chapter 24, Chapter 6, on the directive principle of state constitution. The Constitution must define corruption. You know, the use of entrusted power, authority for private gain. So we don't have a definition for constitution. So that's what I'm thinking in Chapter 26. We really need to look at whether we can define corruption, because that's where some of our definitions are. And then really consider some straight liability sanctions. You know, if you fail to follow a due process, the action becomes void in law. And it's not, there's no interpretation. It's just a straight, you either do it or not. The one big area, so for me, a lot of Chapter 24 really is about prevention. If we can do a lot, so asset declaration, all of those processes that we want around gift giving, influence peddling, conflict of interest, making sure that assets are regularly declared. So we move from this 4 years and so on to either yearly, making sure there's verification and publication. I know there's a lot of resistance against publication of assets, and we will need to discuss that. But, and yeah, even verification, but this is almost the guardrails that we need. Otherwise, fighting it after the fact, when all the distractions have been done, it's a waste of time. How do we prevent people from? And it's also culturally palatable. It's culturally palatable because in Ghana, we will complain, corruption. When we have to go and jail somebody and put them in prison, then everybody have to come in. Pastors have to come in. The traditional authorities have to come in. You know, don't touch my anointed, don't do this, don't do that, and all of those things. So if we don't like that type of justice, then we should just avoid it. And this is a very serious cause because it always happens. I mean, and of course, it happens only to big people in society. If you are if they can beat you and kill you on the streets, nobody will make any noise about it. But this is something, there's something culturally about the idea of depriving the freedom of, so we need to put more emphasis on the preventive part so that we can avoid. So in conclusion, for me, corruption is a threat to the development and stability of our democracy, and there's an urgent need for control. The root of the corruption problem lies in the weakness of the democratic accountability structure of the Constitution. There are aspects that constitutional reform can address, as captured earlier. However, there's a need to go beyond the Constitution to confront other fundamental challenges. So, for example, the political class see the state as something to be exploited for short-term personal and group benefit. They do not tie the efficacy of the state to their own survival and longevity as an elite group. Citizens also see the state as something to exploit. They do not see the potential of a barbarian state as the best path to popular welfare. In addition, Ghanaians culturally expect their co-ethnics and family members appointed and elected to personalize the state and to personalize power to benefit them. The people are celebrated if they deliver and stigmatized if they fail. There is a lot to do with public education and reorientation to change the mindset and limit the popular support for corrupt behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for the opening presentation. You've touched on very many things that, some of which I think the committee has had the opportunity to, discuss. Some of them have come up in earlier presentations. Talked about political parties, their role in the corruption chain. In previous discussions, there's been a point about establishing a political party regulator. You still kept the Electoral Commission and just proposed different ways of structuring their work and appointing them. But in previous conversations on political parties, there's been this proposal of a separate political party regulator that would do some of the things that you have just mentioned, dealing with the regulation of their internal affairs in relation to candidate selection, party financing, and those things. You also mentioned campaign finance, and I think that has also come up in our conversations here. One other thing you mentioned is appointments in the public services and enterprises. You stated that we need more explicit competency requirements as opposed to this generic, a person who qualifies to be an MP. It's become the generic thing. We just assume that if you qualify to be an MP, you can do anything. It's a very loose kind of requirement, so you would want something very specific. Other constitutions also on this same subject include disqualifications. For example, Kenya's constitution, which you referenced, would not allow persons who hold office in a political party to be appointed to any state office. You choose one. And I think that's even the minimum requirement. There are many others. Kenya's constitution, for example, has integrity requirements for parties. You may not participate in bribery or corruption. Parties even very openly sanction whistleblowers. Right? It's almost like, oh, you are telling on our party has been doing some corrupt things. So you can have a political party that essentially sanctions its members for doing things that are illegal and affront the Constitution, and we openly allow that. You also mentioned Article 296, which has come up for some discussion here as well, and I think that's an important matter to discuss when we are talking about corruption, because corruption usually thrives where there's discretion, and here you have a constitutional regime for managing discretion, and somehow the Supreme Court reads it out of the Constitution and says it's best practice, but otherwise you can forget it, because if we followed 296C, we took it seriously, it would lead to a nuclear meltdown. So it's created a problem. I think if 296C were really enforced in the public services at large, where they would be required, each public agency would be required to put citizens on notice how it is that they go about exercising discretion in particular areas. So, for example, you go to Lands Commission, you walk in there, you know exactly how they do, how to get a title certificate. If you go to point A and it's refused, go to point B. Point C, you appeal here. All of those things are out now. I think the Constitution puts 296C and A2, so that if you are not making arbitrary decisions, you must give reasons for why you are making particular decisions and all of that. All those things are basically not being followed. You mentioned code of ethics. So in a way, I think my question then is, a number of these institutions and tools are in the Constitution, right? If you begin with Directive Principles of State Policy 35.8, obligates the state to eradicate corrupt practices. 41F puts the obligation on the citizen also to help eradicate and fight waste and all of these things. We have a whole chapter 18 on SHRAJ. We set up a commission to deal with corruption. We have a whole chapter 24 on code of conduct. Very few constitutions have a code of conduct. Article 284 of it, conflict of interest. Article 2986, 286, asset declaration. You can even say that unexplained wealth is implicitly built in there because whatever increment in net worth you make from your first declaration on is presumed to have been acquired illegally if you can't account for it by income and all of gift. So all those things are there. NCC is supposed to do the public education, civic education, committees of parliament, auditor general, attorney general. Right? So why is this not working? Right? So it appears that we've thrown a lot of different things at the corruption problem in different parts of the Constitution, and yet we are getting the same results, actually. Of course, you have mentioned some of the things that we could do. The party side of things, I think, is something that certainly is missing in this framework, and I'm glad that you started from that as almost like the production point, and that everything else is retail. So I think that's a proposal that I think it's helpful, and parties, as long as they are regulated in the Constitution, they can't say that they are private clubs, because I think there's this attitude that you can't touch us unless you are giving us money. But you can regulate the Parliament has plenary power, even by legislation, to regulate parties. And the Constitution, once it regulates you, you can't come and say that I'm a private party. Well, we can regulate private activities as well. We do all the time. So I think that's an important area to look at that we haven't looked at in the past. Proposals have also been made when we talked about Public Service Commission. So we did public services and enterprises, and we had some SIGA, at least a former SIGA official here. We had the Public Services Commission. We had the Office of Head of Civil Service. And it's the point you make about appointments and transfers and all those are issues that have also been raised as areas where we need to tighten controls so that not just the political class, but even superiors do not use these powers abusively to silence those who either blow the whistle or are doing their work and trying to uphold the law. But I think, for me, the key takeaway from your point is how the political party's role in this matter is really something that is missing in the regulatory framework from the Constitution all the way to legislation. And some of the concrete things that we could do, either on campaign finance or on directly regulating party affairs in the Constitution, so that we can create the kind of parties you talked about, that parties of integrity. You can't have a state of integrity when the building blocks of the state are themselves highly corrupted. There's a lot of takeaway from your point. I don't have any very specific questions. I like your strict liability sanctions idea, and part of the conversation we've been having here is the Constitution does a lot of don't do's, do not, but without sanction, right? And so this idea that we should deem a transaction that occurs outside the framework of law to be void, right? I mean, it's an interesting one, because then the other contracting party, the counterparty, also is on notice that, look, if I do this transaction with this guy, they may have lawful authority, but if I don't follow the rules, my contract could be voided at some point. And so there is a price on the other side. I think that's a useful idea. I also think, and I maybe the former Auditor General or the former SHRAJ Commissioner, I see that Ambassador Anna Bosman is here. Welcome, thank you. that you're here. But 286 on what happens when the asset declaration is made and then subsequent increments in net worth are shown. You know, this presumption there that we haven't done anything with, which maybe you can talk about it a little bit more, because I read it as a presumption that unexplained wealth, you know, is not allowed, right? So it says any property or assets acquired by a public officer after the initial declaration required by clause 1 of this article, and which is not reasonably attributable to income, gift, loan, inheritance, or any other reasonable source, shall be deemed to have been acquired in contravention of this Constitution. Right? So I take that to mean that this principle of unexplained wealth is accepted in the Constitution, that if you make a declaration and subsequently your net worth grows, but you can't trace it to your known income or any other source, we deem it as, we make a presumption that it has been illegally acquired, right? And how to activate this provision in law, in legislation, yeah, I think it's part of the challenge. A lot of people have been throwing the idea around, but they seem to think that it will not work here, it will not be accepted because we're a very, you know, conservative society. I don't know why they think it wouldn't work. But I see it here as something that is embedded in this here as a presumption that your acquisition post declaration is unlawful. On the asset declaration, we've also gotten proposals around a modified kind of disclosure regime, right? So the binary positions are it should be publicly disclosed or it should not be disclosed. But then I think in the course of our deliberations here in the last few weeks, we've had other proposals that say some middle of the road kind of disclosure might work. For example, that you declare your assets and the person, official that receives the declaration can verify, right? I mean, that we empower that person to actually proceed to verify the declaration you have made and satisfy themselves that it is accurate, right? As opposed to just accepting the sealed envelope and putting it aside. I know that Mr. Domlevo has probably tried to do some of that on his own. I'm not sure if he has been challenged about the legal authority for proceeding to do it without express constitutional authorization. But it would be easier for that to happen if indeed there was a provision in the Constitution that said, if you don't disclose to the whole world, because there are concerns about, you know, my family people will come and take all, they will come to my door the next day and collect all my money. And so to balance those sensitivities around privacy for some people and cultural expectations and all of that, there's been this middle of the road idea. So maybe you can also help us to reflect a little bit on that idea and how you think it might work in practice. So you've thrown a number of things. I think they're very useful for the conversation. I would then leave it to my members to follow up with some questions, and then we can open it to the floor. But I will, be moderating the conversation. Maybe have those who have directly worked in this area, or from the Auditor General side, and Ambassador Bosman, later on after the committee has taken its turn, can be invited to shed some perspectives on it, and then we can go to the general audience here today. Thank you.
Let me just go. Okay, thank you. Am I audible? No. Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Uponia Santi, for your presentation. Just have a couple of questions for you from your presentation. I read from the reports of the CRC1, from its recommendations, that a person found to be corrupt, should be prohibited from holding public office for 5 years. And in terms of imprisonment, it should not exceed 5 years. And I'm just wondering, taking into account what we know from elsewhere, where people have even been jailed for life or have actually been executed for being corrupt. Just want to take your view on this matter. If you think the problem with corruption in this country is because we are not paying attention to it, or we think that the consequences of corruption are not severe. That perhaps could be the problem. And if we want to tackle it, what then do we do? Do we have to enhance the sanctions to make it less attractive or not attractive at all? Because you know that the consequences are there. But as it presently stands, I get a sense that we are kind of playing with it. 5 years, you can't hold office for 5 years. I don't think we are getting to the roots of the matter. And I would like to take your view of that matter. Then you mentioned the question or the issue of strict liability sanctions, which is a matter that Chairman also agrees with you. And I also agree with you that we need to be strict in terms of the interpretation of some of these transactions. But I have a little difficulty with that. And because the bulk of our laws on contract, for example, is based on the common law. We feel statutory interventions. And when a contract is concluded, and there is a thank you thereafter, would you say that, Ghanaians and our cultural penchant for thanking people, even for doing their own jobs? So the way they are Sidakakra, would you say you're avoiding a contract which has all the elements established at common law to make a binding contract? Just a little thank you. Or you think we should maybe not prescribe that in the Constitution, but leave it to an amendment of the Contract Act or a Corrupt Practices Act instead of elevating it to constitutional position? Because it's our contract laws are actually governed by contracts. And I do not think that just saying yes, a little thank you, should it void it? Because the Supreme Court has had occasions to deal with such illegal contracts and has found a way of enforcing it. And many criteria has been set for distinguishing between enforceable illegal contracts and unenforceable ones. And I think it's a matter that we should be sober in reflection in looking at. Then from your presentation, I did not get a sense that you have a view on how businessmen or individuals should fight against corruption, because it's not all public officers. It's a two-way affair, and I'm thinking that if that's the case, perhaps there should be some obligation imposed on the other side as well. And how do we go about it, learning from your vast experience? And finally, I would like you to just help us with how do we frame a provision into our Constitution to make it an obligation on state institutions, for example, CHRAJ or NCCE, to go out there with a clear mandate to educate the next generation or the younger generation about how not to be corrupt and why you should not be corrupt? Should we ingrain it in our Constitution for obligation on specific public institutions, either the NCCE or to the CHRAJ or any such other body, a national orientation? How do we go about it? I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Santi, thank you. I think my questions are simpler. These people are... First of all, I disagree with Godwin. I don't think we need institutions to teach children how not to steal. Children would learn from what they see in society, from parents, from teachers, from chiefs, from pastors. And we're doing a good job of teaching them how to steal. So I think the problem is bigger than that. I have two quick questions. One is on your proposal for an independent prosecutor. My challenge is we have a lot of independent officers in the Constitution that we decide are not independent enough based on who appointed who. So how is this going to be different? Otherwise, we're going to create another charge on the consolidated fund, and then we now decide that the office holders are not independent enough, and they'll be removed when we feel like, and then we're caught up in this cycle. The second one has to do with the declaration of assets regime. And I'm happy that the former AG is here. I think that is a critical key for fighting corruption with public office holders. For some reason, when you even look at the Constitution, even general managers of state-owned entities or entities where the state has interest are supposed to be subject to this asset declaration regime. I don't know if we've applied it to that level. I am thinking that if we had a system where it ties in the office holders and people close to them, and we don't have to actually state wife, son, because we've seen even non-immediate relatives become, become tied into holding assets for public office holders. But define it in such a broad way that all those people can be brought into the circle of declaration. I think that would help. I'm also wondering that if we had a system where on assumption of office, you declare, it is re-verified, I think such a stringent regime may actually help. But beyond that, to also put in sanctions, not leave it up to Shrach to decide what the sanctions are. Actually put in sanctions which may cause the office holder to lose the office, whether it is unexplained wealth or for refusing to declare. I'm thinking those may help, and I'd want to know your views on that. And beyond that, it says you declare at the end of every 4 years, you declare at the end of the term of office. What happens when you're fired like me? That means I don't get to declare, so I can go home quietly with whatever I've acquired. So I think there are little loopholes there that we need to look at again, and I really would want to know your views on this. Thank you.
Dr. Santi, thank you very much. I have a couple of very small questions. My first question is something that I believe borders many ordinary folk who are not educated in the law, like myself. What can be done by means of the Constitution to limit or even take away the power of the Attorney General to stop trial of cases of corruption, especially when a new government comes in? Somebody last week came up with a concept of private prosecution. Do you think something like this is feasible and possibly effective? My second question is the regulation of accountability in the armed forces. We know that it's not just that they are not immune from accountability. We know that it's not just that they are not immune from accountability to the public. They are probably accounting to somebody. I don't know. But at least for all of us, since it's our money that sets them up and finances them, what ought to be done to bring accountability of the armed forces to the public.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Asante. I think some of my questions have been asked, so I'll skip those, especially on an independent body that regulates political parties, so political parties don't overrun or take over the state. I know there's a Public Procurement Act. I also recognize that a lot of the corruption comes from procurement deals. Is there anything you would recommend at this level of the Constitution that should, well, beyond or above the Public Procurement Act, is there anything you think should exist in the Constitution to safeguard, to prevent some of the graft, et cetera, that we see? And so I'm really curious about that, because clearly the Public Procurement Act is not doing what we hoped it would do. I also am wondering whether at the level of the Constitution, there's anything we can do that a statement, a provision that actually encourages and protects whistleblowers. I know that at different levels below the Constitution, there will be, protecting people, et cetera, but I'm wondering, is there anything at this level that may give people confidence if they are to speak up when they see something that's going wrong, any kind of protection? And then lastly, Article 57. A president is basically immune until they step out of office. Is there anything you'd change about that, so that if you end up with a rogue president, there's some, room to deal with that, president and whatever offenses are committed while that person is in office, in essence, taking them out of office? I'm just curious if there are any recommendations there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Asante, for your brilliant presentation. Your table is already full, but I have a few more that we should deal with. Now, in terms of the consequences of corruption, the largest determinant, if not the sole determinant, of what happens to someone, whether the factual and the legal basis concludes that someone has been corrupt or permits himself to be corrupted, to corrupt his public office, is the judiciary. So in this conversation, I'm interested in your insights as to any specific recommendations when it comes to the judiciary, the attitude of the judiciary. I know we cannot regulate attitude, but are there structural changes? Even though what we have now is quite comprehensive, I would agree, from Iyoko to Shiraj to the courts and everything. Do you still think there is an area that we need to explore? Now, I want to give one positive example. In the case of Daniel Axim versus the Attorney General, and it's a positive one. Now, the plaintiff went to the Supreme Court. He was seeking an interpretation of Article 187 of the Constitution, because in his estimation, the Attorney General was encroaching on the powers of the Auditor General, and that he was an officer of Maslock. And he went to the Supreme Court because certain evidence, the report of a forensic auditing of Maslock was being tendered by the Attorney General to support his case against him. And he quickly went to the Supreme Court. He was seeking a declaration that such a report was unconstitutional and that it was the sole prerogative of the Auditor General to surcharge and to disallow, and that absence of that, they could not use any auditing report against him, and then in the criminal process against him. And the Supreme Court disagreed. This was 2022. Now, so it's a positive case, but I know that there are also other examples that are also corrupt enabling by the conclusions. Because defense counsels will find ways, even when the facts are overbearing or overwhelming, to use technicalities to frustrate all these processes. So from oral to the aegis powers under Article 88, all of that don't matter if the judiciary do not align in terms of the way they interpret the facts and the technical issues that come before the court. I don't have an answer. I'm just asking. We've already tried this. We have had successful prosecutions, the quality grain, like you've mentioned already, and all of that. How can we make progress in our approach to the adjudication of corrupt cases so that there's an end result and there's a real consequence on people that, that are enterprising enough to go into the arena of corruption? So that's my first point. Now, you mentioned certain figures. They're staggering, but I agree with you. 650,000 United States dollars and about 100 million US dollars for a parliamentary candidate and a presidential candidate. Assuming that these figures lead to the successful elections. These figures, I don't disagree at all, because the amounts of money and logistics and resources that are poured into a local economy during elections, they are staggering. I don't know what is the system, and that's the basis of all of this. Now, in the 4-year election cycle, this is what I see. I see that the citizens or the voters or the population, the general population, if you like, are on one side for like 3.5 years, if you like, until the EC gets active during election year. That's where the citizens become relevant. But the 3 years to 3.5 years is for the politician. And they are cooking things so they can go back and win elections. So then it's a cycle, and it just goes round. If you don't equip yourself financially, you don't go and announce that you want to contest in primaries, of the two big parties, for instance. It's a moral issue. Now, so my suggestion is that we should tie in the economic conversation so that these voters or the electorates are not left onto their own. They don't participate in the economy. They have no means of winning contracts. They're not part of the bidding processes, nothing. Public infrastructure is nothing to write home about in most of the communities as you have gone around the country. So the real conversation also about corruption has to do with the economy and how it can be relevant throughout the 4 years whilst we wait to have another election. Otherwise, there's real incentive for them to extract more and to demand more from politicians. And they also have to draw from the public space, from whatever means that they have to do it. And then the cycle just keeps on going and keeps on going. This is the real problem. And I want you to address that economic conversation at all. And then you made a very profound statement, which is that Ghanaians have become tolerant of corruption, and that anytime the conversation comes out, it's one that is expected in the public conscience. This is true, but how do we even deal with this? That we have become, it's a cultural issue, that it is in us to tolerate corruption, or that corruption has turned good moral upbringing, I'm a Catholic for instance, into corruption-tolerant people, which is a chicken and egg situation. I want you to address that. Thank you.
Okay, Kojo. So if you feel a bit overwhelmed, it's not. Don't feel obligated to give an answer to all of the questions. You have other resources here to help you. There is a former Attorney General here. There's a former Shraj Commissioner. You have a former Auditor General to your left. You have a man of the cloth to your right. You have Professor Jima behind you. So the room you have ample resources to help you field those questions. So you just do your best with the ones. If you have insights to share, fine. If not, this is a conversation for all of us. So feel free.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. 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 Okay. All right. So just on the tolerance, really, I think these things are reversible and really signaling, because I think Emmanuel here is very right when he talks about we're so used to the erratic episodes of cost of living, that people have become just used. It's a survival mechanism now. And because everybody is doing it, you are not feeling embarrassed. People now just openly demand money from you. And it doesn't matter who you are. They haven't met you before. They don't know who you are, but they will do that. So it's signaling whether or not we're going to begin to orient the people that, this kind of behavior is not. And really, government has a big role to do in terms of moving that process forward. As for the economic issue, I think it's sort of addressed some of that part. But one of the things that another paper that I intend to write for the committee is really on a participation framework. And it's part of the accountability, for me, architecture that we are missing. Because citizens don't have very low-cost ways of participating in governance, right? To allow them to be able to put politicians on their toes in between in between elections, right? That's why, so now most people will say, oh, online, digital, whatever, and so on. But you don't get the opportunity to review or ask questions about programs, policies at local government area. The local government people will tell you that you have to pay for drinks for people to meet and even look at, plans and so on and so forth. When at CDD, we did this mineral development, district development scorecard, just tracking mineral revenues and whether people even knew about. A lot of people didn't even know that the District Assembly receives mineral revenues. That is just the basic information, but how are they supposed to know? Who's called them to have a meeting that? So I think the Constitution needs to provide a participation framework right from the district up to the national, right? So that it's a requirement. There's provisions made for it. For MPs, for instance, when they go on recess, they should be required to have town halls. During the recess, every MP should be having a town hall within a 2-week period so that they can take feedback on what is going on in Parliament. They can go and give information to citizens that we are discussing some revenue bill or whatever it is. What's your take on it? These are done in the UK, and there's even a charter on every project or policy. There has to be a participation framework. So, it's one of the papers that I would work on. When it comes to the judiciary, I think the problem that you have noted, and I've also noted it, is one of the areas that I don't think it's necessarily a constitutional matter. I think it's really the judiciary and how they are going to administer the process. We have to have specialization. Unfortunately, a lot of the courts don't have people who are specialized to deal with a lot of the anti-corruption. If you read some of the judgments, you realize that there's just a lack of knowledge. But how is the Judicial Training Institute and so on helping to address that? Mr. Devolvo is here on the issue of even audits. The fact that a completed audit, sometimes is treated as a natural justice problem. And so there are many, but people have to specialize if we're going to really sort of improve the jurisprudence part of corruption. Madam AC, the immunity issue really, I mean, we have the impeachment proceedings for the president. If we haven't tried it before, but it's there in the Constitution. So if the president misconducts himself in the ways that we want to trigger that, then it will be. But the issue we have to ask ourselves, and really it's a question about if you cannot restrain the president by parliament, you can't restrain the president by other institutions of restraint, but also if you can't even restrain the president by his party. You know, that for me is a dangerous one, because that's where it leads to dictatorship. And if we make the party strong, you're likely to be able to have that kind of restraint. So as for the immunity issue, I think the impeachment proceedings I don't know if that addressed them, but if others may be able to look at that issue for me. Whistleblowers, I'm not sure what we can do to protect them. The Afrobarometer surveys show that almost, I think over 60% or so, 67% or so believe that they will be retaliated against if they reported on corruption. So I don't think Ghanaians, and it's not like they are they are wrong, because there's so many stories that as I am explaining, if everybody is doing it, then when you decide to be the honest one, nobody is going to look at you passively. That's the problem. It's fine if people are just, oh, don't mind him, he's the honest one, let him. No, the fact that you are honest and you are seeing other people, you cannot be trusted to keep quiet. So they'll come after you. Now, in that kind of situation, I don't think people will be happy to go and report corruption. So I don't know what protections that you can do in the Constitution to prevent that. I don't think that's the answer. The answer goes back, for me, to political parties, which is the source of the problem, and how they structure incentives across the value chain. Because if they allow collusion, then you can put it in the Constitution. All the people that are supposed to protect that whistleblower, they will meet and make a decision on the whistleblower, and no constitutional provision will protect that person from harm. I like the public procurement, because I was thinking that what can we do around public procurement in the Constitution that maybe can bring sunshine to the process. And I'm thinking that if we make some provisions in the statistical service component of the Constitution to basically generate or produce price lists. So like the statistical service produces inflation, where they get baskets of goods. So they're always in the market. They know goods and services, the cost of goods and services every quarter. Why shouldn't we ask them, as part of their mandate, to be producing a price list on government goods and services? Because one of the biggest challenges with procurement is inflation, inflated prices. So we need to give it some sunshine. That if we can get an agency so either Ghana Statistical Service or National Development Planning Commission or somebody, but I would prefer Statistical Service, that even if it's a set of goods or whatever, but it's part of their mandate, that every quarter or whatever, they produce, even every year, they produce a price list that is sort of updated and so on, so that we get a sense, because we can also go and check, because we also involve in many different types of services that government goods that government procures. So we can look at something like that, because I think for a lot of these areas, the more people, so you shouldn't rely on one actor to be the sole sort of person that reports. And even if they report, they should also publish in most cases. A good example is what we did in the oil and gas sector. So if you take all the key actors in the oil and gas sector, the Petroleum Commission publishes a register of companies who have concessions at different levels, and that register is updated. What's their status? Are their licenses, expired? All of that stuff. The GMPC is supposed to submit its report to Parliament. The Minister of Finance is supposed to submit. So PIAC is supposed to receive information. So there's not one person who has the sole responsibility of reporting, and in some cases don't even publish. So that if you don't pick it up, somebody will pick it up. And we have to create that environment, I think, in most of our areas. I'll leave the security sector accountability issue, I think, to people who really understand command and control structures of the security and how you can address accountability around that. On the political parties, accountability, what has happened is that we started with IPAC, and we were the trailblazers. And then Sierra Leone, Kenya, many other countries came to learn from us. And they have actually improved it. So they then began to break up the functions of the EC, from organizing elections to overseeing political parties. So you have the register of parties now, and then in some cases they combine that with monitoring campaign financing and so on and so forth. So we really need to also look at other countries and what they have done since we started with IPAC. Because, for example, the problem with IPAC right now is that IPAC or the political parties or IPAC as it exists is only linked to elections. If the Electoral Commission doesn't call IPAC, party engagement does not exist. Whilst others have moved on. So they are doing other things. The parties can meet whether there's an election or not. It can be on any issue. So we need to go back to those who came to learn from us and learn from them on what's the best. And we have to, in all of these institutions, rebuilding and so on, there's a cost element to it. So we need to also ask ourselves, do we need to create another institution or not, and all of that. The Attorney General powers, stopping or excising knowledge prosecute. I think it goes for me, Prof, to the issue of 296C. See, if 296C was in operation, what the knowledge prosecute exercise, which is, to prosecute or not to prosecute, is a discretion. So the Attorney General would have to promulgate subsidiary legislation that indicates under what conditions knowledge prosecute will be exercised. Then it makes it easier for us to determine whether or not he is being consistent, he's not being arbitrary, and so on and so forth. We wouldn't be guessing. So it's important for that to be addressed. And for private prosecution, on corruption, I think we should introduce that. It happens in the US. Because again, it comes to the point, if the incentives are not aligned, can you generate other incentives for other people to implement that particular injunction in the public interest? So if they go and prosecute and they get money, when Mr. Amidu pursued the isophoton case and so on and so forth, I would say that is like a private prosecution. If he got an award, he should take his cut and then the rest will go to the state. But it creates incentives within the state and society for others to pursue the public interest and not limited to one person. Yes, I think on asset declaration generally, for me, and maybe broadly on public ethics, there are many things that we will not be able to know the motivation of the person. So if you do something so that your brother-in-law benefits? How am I going to find out that you have actually used your office for private gain? Or some friend, a dear friend of yours, I need to go and have a history of how close you are to the friend before I can say that you have actually used your office to benefit somebody that you care about. But that's exactly corruption. So the approach is that don't do it. We don't want the complication of trying to find that out. So we just don't do it. So I know Mr. Demlevo's case, he even prevented his son from working in the audit service. But it's just that so that the perception that you may have or may not have, it doesn't even come into play. So in many, many regimes, you see that the state is too complicated. They don't want to get into it. The same with gift giving. I don't want to come and explain why, you gave 300 bags of rice in one case and 200 bags of rice or 100 or 1 in the other case. Please, just don't give it. And then you say, oh, culturally, we like to say thank you and so on and so forth. Nothing stops you privately, from thanking people. But when you are doing any transaction in the public space, this is the rule. Now, why can't we live with that? And what will be the explanation if we say, oh, no, somebody will feel embarrassed? So we shouldn't live with that. I think some of these things are going to be something, what are we prepared to accept or not accept? But all over the world, the idea is that the state it's too cumbersome. So just don't get into it. Don't do it. You put a threshold, this is how much you can spend, and that's it, and then we police that. And that's where the strict liability comes in. So when you breach it, it's not somebody going to say, oh, did you have this intention to do this or not? No. You have breached it. You have violated the law, so we move forward. All right. The independent prosecutor. Very, very important, Madam Charlotte, to say, in all of the architecture that the Constitution establishes around independence, substantive independence from just, the veneer of independence and all of that, it comes back for me to the source of the problem. If the entire political leadership that is coming in, based on the fact that they have expended these huge amounts of money, are almost coming in with a commitment that they need to recoup. And some of them, it's debt to recoup this investment. Then it doesn't matter all the different people that are in place, that are trying to stop them. They have the power to, even take away your security and make you feel insecure. They can even delay your salary for 2 years whilst you battle it in court. I mean, what has happened with Trump is the prime example of that. You can spend 3-4 years battling it in court and so on, but the administrative power allows you to do things that is very difficult to restrain. So there has to be a certain orientation that starts from the beginning. But if everybody is committed to putting their hands in the kitty, it just makes it difficult to find allies, even within the state. Right? So the independence, there's a lot we can do in terms of substantive independence. We talked about competency, security of tenure, all of those things. And we have to also look at the removal proceedings for independent governance institutions. The recent processes has shown that it's open to abuse. If a president wants to get rid of an IGI, just get a sympathizer to send a petition, go and consult the Council of State, where most of the people are appointed by the president, and then, determine a prima facie case choose a judge or judges that, you have appointed, and before you know, Chief Justice, EC, Auditor General, everybody is gone. So, there are vulnerabilities around the independence that we have to look at. But as I said, we cannot have a situation where the entire political leadership is coming into government with one mindset.
So I mean, just to be clear, on the prosecution side, are you proposing that we remove the prosecutorial power from the Attorney General and locate it in an independent prosecutor separate from the AG? Is that your proposal? We already have Shiraj, which does anti-corruption work. Should we give Shiraj, for example, prosecutorial power to follow up on its anti-corruption investigations? Exactly what is the proposal here?
So I think we try to do the OSP, the creation of the OSP was to deal with a specific problem. That was that the Attorney General, who is the government's representative or legal advisor, sits in cabinet, just has a conflict of interest that we can't cure. Maybe when 296 is in place, he can explain to us whether he decides to prosecute his cabinet members or not. But this is again the situation where we are saying that is an onerous position to put the Attorney General in. And if you want to create an architecture, you don't want to impose this, it's like the executioner. You are the one that cuts the people's head, and that's your job. Maybe in the past it was easy people used to do that. They have families that did that. But that is an onerous responsibility. So take it away from him. And then we said, okay, so when it comes to the prosecution of politically exposed persons, right, politicians, their spouses, and whatever, and so on and so forth, we have given the responsibility to an independent prosecution office. Or, as the NACAP said, you have a completely separate, your DPP, which is the Director for Public Prosecution. All that prosecution process is handled by, and that could include corruption, and could include, So that is basically to take the AG away from that. AG can advise the president, advise government on many, many different things. But the prosecutional function can go to an independent. So I think that's for debate, and I'm sure there are more experienced people to look at that kind of issue. I also agree that education on corruption, for me, it has to be the practice. My child, when she was growing up, she will only believe or have any credible belief that I'll punish her when I actually punish her. Otherwise, she's always testing me to see my limits. So you can educate people, but if all they are seeing is that corruption is easy, is the quickest path to social mobility, and so on and so forth, at some point, being a rational person, you conclude that you are being stupid if you don't join the queue. And maybe other people will be telling you that as well. Right? What do we do with businesses and so on? Yes, if you are transacting with the state, the rules apply. Every player within the state should be subject to the same rules. We've talked about public corporations saying, well, they are not part of procurement processes, they are not part of this, they are not part of that. I think we should correct that. If it's not clear in the Constitution, we should make that very clear. That even if you are undertaking a commercial venture, there are certain rules that if the state owns 100%, 30%, whatever, we have to look at all of those things. There are rules that you'll be subjected to. Otherwise, then people will find ways to navigate out of it. I've talked about straight liability issues with a gift and the cultural issue. The issue for me is the motivation, right? As I said, you want to stop, you don't want to get into what people are thinking. As for that, if you design corruption processes around it, you will always struggle. Term of imprisonment, yeah, I think you mentioned. So I think culturally, as I said, we seem to have a problem around jailing people. You can look at the Fourth Republic, only the successful prosecutions.
Correction, jailing big people.
Yeah, jailing big people. As for small people, actually, if you read a graphic, every day there's somebody that's been jailed, for stealing something or even embezzlement. People jail them all the time. But big people, particularly politically exposed persons, is only causing the Criminal Offences Act causing financial loss. That has been successful in jailing people. And when we jail them, we take them to the sick bay and keep them there. And then the next government, sometimes if it doesn't take the next government, they will pardon them. In all cases. So I think the sociologists should have an understanding that when it comes to big people, we have a different standard. So that's why, for me, as I said, we shouldn't put so much emphasis on the imprisonment. What is it that the person who committed the crime is, trying to get out of the state? It could be money, position, power. Deprive them of that. Deprive them of that. It's very important that we put a lot. Of course, there are some crimes people have to be taught a lesson. But if you put every criminal offense term of imprisonment, even the judges will not convict. And that is true. So if it's money, that's why we need the non-conviction-based, rules with unexplained wealth. So that it's not linked to the fact that you have been convicted of a crime. If we feel that whatever asset you have is tainted, we can go after the asset. If we can prove that it's tainted, or you cannot explain reasonably that you got it from somewhere, we should be able to take it. And that's the only reason why you are committing the crime in the first place. So that is, I think, something we have to look at generally. And then one of the other things we also haven't done well is just administrative sanctions, suspension, so that when the thing starts, you begin to let the person know that there are consequences, rather than waiting to the end before you start thinking about prison.
Dr. Asante, just to find out from you, are you suggesting that we should have different rules in punishing corruption when it comes to big people, and we should have different rules for people who are not that big?
No. So what I'm saying is that generally we should have, and we've even talked about non-custodial sentencing, which we haven't talked about rather than put people in prison, we have a lot of medians that are overgrown. They can do public works for some petty whatever. But just changing the psyche and making it incremental so that we don't wait for this big bang crime before we are trying to jail somebody. But actually using a lot of administrative, but also going after the assets, the things that the criminal is trying to secure from the state while they are committing the crime. I think if we do more of that, we'll actually reduce the opportunity for corruption. Because we seem to be having a big difficulty trying to jail people. That one, you can take the history of the Fourth Republic and you find out that when it comes to big people, everybody will come and intervene and put so much pressure on the person who's trying to make the right choice. So we need to look at the criminal regime and see what options that we can look at. I think I will stop there.
Sure. I think it's a good time to stop. It's 12:15. It's time for our break. It's actually long past coffee break. So we'll take just 10 minutes for coffee break, and then we'll resume, and then we will invite other people to take the floor. Thank you for the overview presentation. I think you've raised a lot of issues for our consideration, and we'll continue after the short break. So let's get back here at has given us a full plate of issues to think about. There are some of, some interesting, some of the points that he makes, especially on the political parties, have been resonate with in earlier proposals made to the committee, but also some comparative learning we can draw from other peer jurisdictions on those issues, especially on the political parties. Because I think, of course, we had corruption when we were not a democracy, so it's not, you can have it without political parties, but of course, in our current situation, it's clear that the political party angle is an important one, and because it is not technically a state institution or organization, it oftentimes escapes scrutiny when we are talking about constitutional regulation of corruption. So it's an important addition that he's brought to the issue. So I think it's important that we take that on board. One of the discussions we had earlier was also about the transition period, that increasingly when you look at political turnover in Ghana and the role of parties, the transition between one government and the next, especially when there is a party turnover in power, has become a very contested area, that period. And we had quite a bit of discussion about that, especially in relation to the Council of State and whether to maintain it or not, and if to maintain it, in what form to maintain it, especially having regard to the role that it plays during transition and the like. So there are, Kenya and other countries have regulated what can be done by an outgoing president during transition and what cannot be done. And their transition is defined as the day you cast your vote to the day the next president takes over. And that period called temporary incumbency is a period that is also now currently regulated. So that setting, in Kenya it's mostly setting appointments, but maybe if you were to do similar stuff in Ghana, it may be setting transactions that you may not undertake, setting kinds of recruitments into the public services, that you may not undertake during that period. And I think we've also had quite a bit of experience with parties and the way they discipline members, parties expelling members for washing their dirty linen in public, even if that exposure is in the public interest and is exposing illegality in the party and other things. So there are countries that have faced up to that challenge and have come up with some constitutional resolution or attempts to resolve these issues in the constitution that I think we could also learn from. Okay, so we're back on the issues, and I think I will invite you have captured the so I will invite three officials who, by virtue of their portfolio that they held in the past, I believe would have an opinion on this subject matter. So the former Auditor General, the former Attorney General, the former Shraj Commissioner, and then we will have an open discussion. So we can start with Mr. Domlevo, then we'll go to the Honorable Aikwe, and then Ambassador Bosman.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon to you all. I'm greeting the former Attorney General, Mr. Ikuotu. He's about 100 meters away from my house, but we never meet.
If you want to meet him, you have to be here. He's our ninth member.
He has blocked all the roads to his house. He's put gate and security to all the roads, so that's why we don't meet. I fear going inside. But that's on a lighter note. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Kwejo, for that detailed briefing that you gave us. I would like to handle some of the issues, starting with the easier ones. Mr. Chair, we normally talk about gift receiving being part of our culture, and I always beg to differ. That same Ghanaian who has the same culture like you and I, working at IMF or World Bank just here, will not accept gifts because he knows the consequences of receiving a gift above $50. In fact, in the World Bank, if you receive below $50, you must disclose. But above $50, you must surrender it, as it will cost you your job. The problem is because there are no consequences, so we hide behind culture. So if we think gift receiving is not easy, in fact, Mr. Chair, it was interesting. I was on one program with a former Deputy Speaker of Parliament who said, after they have vetted, nominated ministers, the presidency normally sends them some money. And I said, what, bribe? He said, no, it's not bribe because it happens after the event. From his point of view, bribe cannot happen after the event. It can only be pray. But which I beg to differ. 10 years later down the line, it can still be a bribe. But this is where we are. Let me move to a more serious issue on assets and liabilities declaration, which I think is a very good and important tool to help combat corruption. Because the whole idea is that you don't benefit from the process of corruption. If you can't run away with what you have stolen, then the motivation to steal will be lower. Therefore, let us know what you had before becoming a public officer, and after a certain point in time, let us know what you have now to be sure that you didn't take anything. Our system, however, have some challenges, some which I think have been addressed, but still, we still refer to the old situation that it was. I push some of the limits. Mr. Chair, it is not correct that public servants put their declaration to envelope, seal it, and give it to the Auditor General. Because the first question I asked when I assumed office as Auditor General was, in case we went to court, because mind you, the Constitution provides that the declaration can be requested by a court. So the court asked for Mr. A's declaration of assets and liabilities, and I presented it, and the court opens it, and they find newspaper inside. Will I be able to convince the court that I didn't put the newspaper inside when I've issued a certificate that he or she has actually declared? So I put it on myself that somebody should challenge me. If you brought a declaration sealed, you will have to open it for us to at least be sure that that document is the declaration and actually you authored it. Therefore, we normally ask that you should bring an ID with your signature. And we normally took a copy of that ID and attached to it. So it is not any longer true, except if after I left office, they've gone back to the status quo, then I don't know. But during my period, it was not possible for you to just seal an envelope and brought it to me and get a certificate. So we have gone past that. But the critical thing is this. We should ask ourselves, when they declare assets and liabilities to Mr. A, is it enough to put it on paper and give to the person and say, I've declared assets and liabilities? Is that the meaning of declaration to someone? I think declaration will require the person being able to see what you have declared. So the physical verification, I think, is very, very important in this equation. And let me also plead to say that, in my considered opinion, if we are going to amend the Constitution, then that mandate should be taken away from the Auditor General. That is not the traditional work of an Auditor General. When I assumed office, I was very mindful of it. But I keep telling people, my key job is to audit. Let me do the audit first. Because if I'm doing asset declaration and the audits are still in arrears, I think I have failed. Everybody hears of an Auditor General as somebody who audits. Is that not it? And Article 1 is, if you go to clause 2 of Article 187, that is the mandate which is there. But then 2A says declaration should also come to Auditor General, and any Auditor General will be more mindful of the auditing than assets and liability declaration. So in many jurisdictions, this is done by the anti-corruption agencies. It is not the traditional job of the Auditor General, and it is too much load, I think, to be added to that of the auditing if it should be done and done well. So it is my considered opinion that we should consider that situation if it is possible to move it to an anti-corruption agency, which my brother here is calling for. And I can support the view, but I want to also plead with the Commission on two things. First and foremost, as we try to amend the Constitution, one thing we should try to avoid is creating unnecessary structures in the public service. Our public funds are already overburdened by too many structures. If you look at the amount of money we used to pay public servants, the amount of money we used to do their, what they call administrative expenses or the recurrent expenditure, and the others, what is left for the people to construct good roads, hospitals, etc., becomes too little. So we must be mindful anytime we are proposing new structures to balance it, to ensure that we do not overburden the public funds, said that service delivery to the people suffer at the end. Mind you, service delivery to the people comes after those who are occupying the position are satisfied. So once you create the position, they will take first before providing service later on. So
in effect, you are suggesting that we should relocate that task to Shraj?
Yes. If Shraj can do it, I think it's better and it should be done. Then when it goes to Shraj, I'm happy, Kwajo, you mentioned some points. I have always been of a different view as far as the assets and liabilities declaration or default in declaration is concerned. My personal view, again, is that the Constitution says before taking office. So if you didn't declare and you are assumed office, you have assumed office unconstitutionally. So what should we do to you? Move from office. That's what I thought was supposed to be the natural consequence of occupying office with that declaration. Can we imagine a situation where the president says, I've won election, so I don't need to be sworn in. I'm just going to start as a president. Would we agree to that? I don't think we are going to accept that. But the Constitution says before taking office, declare. And now Parliament by itself decided even to amend the Constitution by saying that, oh, we are giving you 6 months to declare. And that has superseded the provision of the Constitution because all the regimes have gone with that. And the current president is also telling the people by March, which is not in the Constitution. So it means the president respects, what do you call it, at 550 as against Article 186 of the Constitution. So I think we should look at that. I'm not saying only the current president, all regimes. I remember, what do you call it, Honorable Gloria Kufu. He wrote a letter to Occupy Ghana acknowledging that Occupy Ghana's position that the provision in Act 550 is unconstitutional. She agrees. But then how to amend Act 550 has remained as it is up to today. So I think if we should find a solution, I can agree that it is going to be very difficult for some positions like the Speaker, for instance, to be able to declare assets before taking his position. Because the election is done I think around midnight or thereabout, and he must start immediately. Why can't we say within a week? A limit of, say, a week is fine. But beyond that, the person will have sized the office and already know how juicy it is and start doing anticipatory declarations. Anticipatory declaration is where somebody has a piece of land And then he declared that that land has 5-story building. Meanwhile, there's nothing on it. So that when he leaves office and there's 5-story building and you ask him, say, bring the earlier declaration, and you see that I had it. So I think we must have to take the assets and liabilities declaration seriously. To complement my brother Kwejo's position, I would like to plead that corruption is so important that if we can have a chapter dedicated to corruption, defining what constitutes corruption more comprehensively, and some of the do's and don'ts in the public service. For instance, there is an emerging trend where the legislature is making incursions into the powers of the executive. Now, members of parliament are approving for themselves monies out of the gate fund to go and do development work. Who oversees them? When the Procurement Act, I said it to somebody, I think I have to say it in public. When the Procurement Act, the bill was prepared, there was no member of parliament on the entity tender committees. I remember at the workshop, I argued vehemently that they should remove the Attorney General representing himself on the board and also on entity tender committees. Because anytime there's going to be a prosecution of procurement offenses, it is the decision of the Attorney General. So it is not good for him to be a referee and a player at the same time. After listening to my argument, the bill was passed with members of parliament also now being represented. So instead of one Attorney General, there were 2 MPs added to it so that they can also be there. They argued that they were going to preempt the corruption. If it has been preempted, I think you and I will know what the story is today. So the composition, at least we can decree or put it in the Constitution that it must not have this kind of caliber. For instance, what is wrong with institutional representation? Maybe the Ghana Bar Association gave us one, instead of chartered accountant, engineers, etc., giving us representation to the board of the Public Procurement Authority. Instead of, if you look at it now, currently the Minister of Finance recommends about 5 or 3 of them, and the rest are appointed by the President. Attorney General has a representative, etc. If we can do some of those changes, I think it can help us. I will not be able to stop without talking about the Office of the Auditor General, Mr. Chair. I have some suggestions because I think the Office of the Auditor General plays a vital role in the fight against corruption. The current Constitution, Clause 7 of Article 187, mandates the Auditor General, actually under the B, to disallow and surcharge expenditures. I hope you know of this story. And this was not happening until Occupy Ghana went to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled against the Auditor General. Fortunately and unfortunately, I was then in the seat, so I have to disallow and surcharge. But the story, it has died down more or less. The disallowance and surcharge, we are no more hearing of it anymore. However, the Supreme Court has pronounced that it is not a discretion of the Auditor General anymore. Once you come across this, what do you call it, illegal expenditure, they say it is no more discretionary, it is mandatory. So they said that may has been interpreted now not to be anything which you can decide. It is no more at the whims and caprices of the Auditor General. But because of what happened to me when I was disallowing and surcharging, the accounts have a nice proverb that the tree that Anansi has eaten its fruit and died, in Tikuma the sun does not go and sleep under it. So more or less people have taken the senate of it. I think we may have to look at how do we ensure that it does not become something which one Auditor General may decide to do and the other may decide not to do. I think we must look at that. But in looking at that, I propose that we look at Article 189 of the Constitution, which established the board for the audit service. I think it will be in line with good practice if the board is internal to the audit service. Currently, the board chair and the members are all appointed by the president. If you look at the EC, it is internal. If you look at Commission for Human Rights, it's internal. Almost all the institutional, independent institutions. It's only audit service that the president imposes people on you to hold you left and right. And people may not understand. They may think that, oh, the main job of the board is to recruit staff. And the Auditor General of, Rwanda said, if somebody has to recruit people for you, then how independent are you? Because they recruit all sorts of people, including people who are just there to spy over you. And I don't think it is the best. So if we can amend that, we have lessons already from the current constitution, which makes the management or the board internal to the organization, like the Electoral Commission.
No, I don't understand how you do that. So we should make it, what about just taking the board out and having a public service?
That's the point I'm making.
Ah, okay.
That we take the board out. Look, if you look at South Africa, they don't have a board. You look at Kenya, they don't have a board. There's only
so that recruitment and staffing would be done through the Public Service Commission.
Exactly. If necessary, through the parliament as well. If you get not the entire staff, the Auditor General.
Sure.
The appointment of the Auditor General and those.
No, I mean the staff. So you said that the argument for maintaining the board is that they are in charge of recruiting and stuff like that.
So
but
Public Service Commission,
out,
just like how Electoral Commission and others do it, the Audit Service can do the same. But the appointment of the Auditor General also in consultation with the Council of State and then approved by President must also be looked at. It is not a good practice. Normally, it must receive the approval of the legislature before the President do the swearing in or the appointment. And there must be some qualification. We have been lucky so far that the Auditors General appointed are professional accountants. One day, if I'm a president, I'll appoint my friend a carpenter to become the Auditor General of Ghana. And if you ask me, I'll tell that the Constitution, there is no law telling about the Constitution qualification. Look at the Kenyan law, which you have been talking about. It says you must be a minimum of 10 years. If you come to Uganda, near them, 15 years. Almost all the laws, they give a minimum qualification of being a professional accountant before you become an Auditor General. But we have left it open, and I think that must be looked at. Again, the situation where Auditor General reaches a retiring age and can be given a contract, we must also look at it. It is not the best practice. In most of those laws, if you look at the Kenya, the Uganda, the South Africa, etc., there's a term of office. The Auditor General is given a term of office of maybe 8 years or 10 years, depending upon what we like. And after that, that is it. You don't go the second time, because the second time means a lot of negotiations. And I hope you understand what that negotiation means. So it's not good for any Auditor General to go in for that. So I think...
So let's say we have a non-renewable term of, say, 7 or 8 years.
Yes, that's
and then, but you have to give a maximum retirement age so that, you know,
yes,
whichever is earlier, right?
In some jurisdictions, it will say that you have a maximum of maybe 8 years and the age of 60, whichever comes first.
First, okay, sure. So 65.
So if you go for maybe a 20-year-old accountant, he must retire within 8 years. But if he goes for a 58-year-old, maybe after 2 years, you must go, whichever comes first.
Yeah.
I think, yes. Then, finally, I would like to end by saying that I also support the idea that we empower private citizens to get involved in the fight against corruption. Because I think this is an offense which affects all of us. And we should not leave it at the decision of, well, we will say a department or a ministry, but it's usually one person's decision. You may decide that Kwejo is too much a good person to be prosecuted. But if we empower or put a system in place whereby a fiat or licensing can be given to private citizens so that they can fully go and do the prosecution, it will be good. And like Kojo said, we must try and make sure that we don't use knowledge prosecutor to go and rescue friends. So we must come out with a subordinate legislation on what are the grounds on which government can say, I'm no more interested in prosecuting this case or prosecuting this case, so that we all know that it meets the criteria or it does not meet. I think I'll stop here. If there are any specific questions for me, I will take.
It's just a quick follow-up. Mr. Dolmo, you mentioned that a fiat, upon a fiat, whose fiat? Is it the Attorney General's fiat or whose fiat?
At the moment, it's the Attorney General who does that. But if we separate it from the Attorney General and give it to Shraj at some, I think I heard, or a different person, then that person must also be able to allow the private sector to be involved in the prosecution. I don't know whether I'm
yes,
clear.
But I'm thinking, do we really need a fiat? Should we not just make it available if you think that
that is preferred, actually. That is preferred.
Like an Article 2, if you
action,
have an Article 2 action, you can have a similar Article 2 action where a private person who has knowledge of corruption and has evidence of it does not have to go through the prosecutor, but can also go ahead and prosecute, and maybe the incentive is that you get some of the damages if you recover.
Whatever percentage.
I have a little question, please. I've always wondered that we give the Minister of Finance a whole day to address the entire country through Parliament and tell us how our monies are going to be spent. But we don't give the Auditor General the same space to tell us how the monies were actually spent. Do you think that in the fight against corruption, having one day where the Auditor General presents his report with the same kind of platform and the same kind of visibility, which also would point out where we went wrong, where
happy because the liabilities were not their liabilities. So we're very, very happy. Then later on, the leader of government business, Honorable Chairman Sabunsu, the council, he went to town and said, no, now you are committing unconstitutionality because you even submit the report and publish it. You should not publish it. Later on, the Attorney General, Godfred Odame, even asked the Auditor General, my successor, to pull down his report from the website because it should not be published, etc., forgetting that Section 23 of the Audit Service Act says the Auditor General shall publish immediately he submits it to the Speaker. Notwithstanding the law, even the Attorney General and members of Parliament were on the Auditor General. So maybe some of these things can be clarified.
May I follow up on that point about the
publication,
Auditor General giving an independent report? I noticed that your office, the Auditor General's office, is not placed in the chapter on the executive, right? That actually relates to Parliament and how budgets and all of those things are done. And maybe that's also in keeping with the tradition of the office, which is that it is considered, at least in the common law tradition, as an officer of parliament. Should we remove the president completely from the appointment process for the Auditor General? In some places, actually, you go through a process, but it is Parliament that actually appoints. Would it signal, in terms of the independence of the office, would it, apart from whatever substantive merit there is to it, would it give a better signal of independence if the office holder was not appointed by the president, but was appointed by Parliament or whatever committee of Parliament, however the process is, if ultimately the appointment was not made by the president, so that it would give you the sense of being a proper officer of Parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, we have 3 types of audits in the public sector. The type we practice is emanating from the Westminster system, that is the British system. We also have the court system where the Auditor General is actually a judge. If you go to some jurisdictions like Mozambique, the number 2 judge in the country is the Auditor General. So he's a very senior judge. So he can convict you. He goes and do the audit, prosecute you himself, and convict you at the same time. I think that type of justice system is very strange. Well, but ours is that of the Westminster system. Then there is one which they call a court, where a group of people decide what you are supposed to do. Ours is actually, the history is that the Auditor General was playing a role for and on behalf of Parliament, because Parliament cannot go down and do the detailed work of seeing how the money has been used and etc. So they appoint an officer who does that. So the function is that of Parliament, helping the Parliament to exercise the oversight over the public funds. In that light, it makes a lot of sense if the appointment of the Auditor General is from Parliament. However, the practice is not strictly that way. If you look around the world, there are several jurisdictions where Parliament is involved, but the presidency is also involved. Like the Kenya we are talking about, you talk about even South Africa, Uganda, etc. The president nominates, Parliament vets and approves before the appointment is done. But the question is, what is the Auditor General coming to do? He holds the president accountable. So the first thing that any president would like to consider is the person who will not be as stubborn as the one speaking now. So that, when you say this one, you can oversee it, you say, yes, yes, I have agreed. So I think if we really want to signal that we have an independent Auditor General, I'll go with that proposal, that Parliament does the advert, do the vetting and everything, and say, this is the guy we have settled on, who will be reporting to us on how you use public funds. I think that is a good way to go.
Okay, Mr. Dalon, just a follow-up on that. To the extent that the Auditor General would have to vet the work of Parliament as well,
yeah,
would it not be a better idea for the person to apply independent to the Public Services Commission instead of being appointed by Parliament, whose work you also have to vet at some point?
Yeah, but you will be auditing the Public Service Commission too.
Well, but you applied as an individual.
Yes.
And
that's the same thing which the parliaments do. They invite application that the position of Auditor General is vacant. Those who meet this criteria apply. Then you go through. The truth of the matter is that...
So in which case there is no nomination?
Yes.
No nomination. You apply as an individual.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you apply. What is going to happen is that some people say, if we move the power from the presidency and send it to Parliament, what about Parliament also being audited?
Yes.
But the fraction of the cake which goes to Parliament is very small. We are talking about materiality.
Yeah. Besides, Parliament is, a 275-member body. Exactly. The President is one.
Exactly. Exactly. So I think moving that direction gives, especially not only the appointment. When we talk about appointment, then the removal must also follow. Parliament must also agree before you can remove. In the recent case of Sierra Leone, yes, the Auditor General was removed only when the Parliament was mobilized to agree. I hope you understand that English.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks.
On this issue of, now that we are talking about the Auditor General, what about the Public Accounts Committee? How can that body be, what can be done about it as part of this anti-corruption architecture? Because, you know, you submit your report to Parliament or to that body of Parliament. It has all these routine hearings, but nothing happens. Is there something that can be done to either empower it to be more effective, or, you know, what's the nature of the relationship? How do we structure the relationship between the audit that is done by the Auditor General and then the Public Accounts Committee, so that we get some mileage out of what it is that they do, those hearings they do?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That is also another issue of concern. In my opinion, I'm of the view that when there are infractions in the form of illegal spending or unlawful spending, the Constitution mandates the Auditor General fully to take responsibility for that. So if you read clause 9, is it 9? No, 7. Clause 7B of the Constitution, you see that the Auditor General can disallow and surcharge the people, etc. Then I think clause 9 takes it away from Parliament to say that if you are aggrieved by the disallowance and surcharge, appeal at the High Court. So you go to High Court. I am of the view that, and I tried that, but I was not successful. I was telling the Parliament that they should restrict themselves to control issues, system controls, internal controls, so that what occasioned those breaches, so that the heads of institution will submit or will make submission to Parliament or the PAC what measures they are putting in place to prevent the reoccurrence of those type of infractions. But they are not interested in that. In my view, you could demand from all the audited institutions, tell me the infractions which occurred, what controls you are putting in place, and what measures you have taken. So looking even at the controls you have taken or you have put in place, you may not need to be invited. It beats my mind when somebody is reported to have embezzled 3,000 in Bumpurgu or Bolga, and then the head of the institution, the accountant, the internal auditor, etc., they are all invited to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. At least they'll spend 3 days, because they'll arrive the first day, attend the second day, and maybe the third day they take off. Also incurring more additional public expenditure. So if we can avoid that and identify the role of the Public Accounts Committee as overseeing the internal control weaknesses that occasion that.
So instead of doing a case by case, they do a systemic overview or review of the, you know, you want them to like focus on the systems, yes, why they broke down or
yes,
stuff like
actually,
that.
when I was working in, many people don't know this, when I was working in Accountant General's department, there was some infraction. I've forgotten the figure. It was a very small amount. So I told the Public Accounts Chairman that I can pay for this so that we don't discuss it, because it's a waste of our time. Because I don't see why the whole Public Accounts Committee, with the Accountant General of the Republic and his team, are coming to discuss something like 200 Ghana cedis. I think it doesn't add up. So we may have to structure it so that they address internal control weaknesses and challenges and update Parliament on how they have resolved the issues, not the individual petty issues of 200,000, 300,000, 5,000. I think it's a waste of all of us, our resources and time.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Dolman. I'm just thinking that learning from our history, would you suggest that before the Auditor General or even the Electoral Commissioner is removed, or special prosecutor, should he or she be given the opportunity in Parliament or before a committee of Parliament to be given a fair hearing before his removal?
Yes, that's what I said, that if we are going to do the appointment through the Parliament, then removal may also have to go through Parliament. But even if not, I agree again with the suggestion that for all those independent institutions, be it the Commissioner for Electoral Commission or Auditor General or whatever, at least Parliament should play a role so that people will agree. In fact, at least to give the Auditor General or the Commissioner or whoever the opportunity to defend him or herself. But this is usually not done, and it ends over there. So I think it would be a good idea.
Thank you, Chairman. This might be on the lighter side of things. But this issue of corruption, some people are throwing their hands in the air, and they think that it's incurable. And I've had suggestions that we should involve traditional means, traditional methods. Because when a problem is serious, you look for serious solutions as well. I know we're a secular state. You know, Ghana is not a religious state or one form or the other. But are you aligned to that thinking? You know, something out of the box. That if you, of course, if you declare, all of us, we know our religious persuasions. If I'm a Catholic and I'm taking the oath, the committee members here took the oath of office and then the oath of secrecy. And we took the oath by our various religious persuasions. I'm a Catholic, so I swore by the cross. And so if you're a traditionalist and you are assuming an office of this kind, you swear by whatever that, so that there's equality of treatment. Now, if there's supposed to be sanctions, can we employ Nogopo and other power Antwanyama and other powerful traditional means, and that before you take office, you subscribe to that method? Okay, because if the problem is too big, then we have to probably look at answers outside of the traditional means of resolving our problems. You may answer this or not answer it, but you know, in the public domain, this has been thrown around, it's been suggested, that we are more fearful of the consequences of traditional means of stewardship than the court system or committee of discipline committees and all of that. What's your thinking on this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to answer.
Yes.
I'm also a Catholic like you. But I don't believe that that is what we need to do. Because I've worked in other institutions like the World Bank, where we have people with different faith and people who don't even believe in God. But I can say largely they are not corrupt. Because the system will not allow you. The problem we have in Ghana is that there are no consequences for misbehavior. I don't think it's because of religious background or an oath we did not subscribe to. Until Friday, when I returned from Germany, I was driving a colleague's vehicle in Germany. And I looked for the road signs religiously because I know the consequences of going contrary to rate. But when I was coming this morning, it just occurred to me that I'm no more looking for the road signs because there are no consequences here. So if we want, especially corruption, to be unattractive, we must push it to a limit where it doesn't matter who you are. Once we found you in that corner, we are going to deal with you. But to be honest with you, there are situations where we know that you and we know that even people who have subscribed to vows and etc. are even abusing people people's rights and violating children and etc. So I will not go that way. I think if we should put systems in place, systems that don't look at who you are or whoever is involved, I think we should be able to overcome corruption easily. Let me give you a small example. When I assumed office as Auditor General in Ghana, it did not lost on me that there were some institutions, I don't want to mention their name, they did not even accept to be audited. They thought they were above audit. Even though they are mentioned in the Constitution, they did not accept. Anytime you send, they send them a letter to say that they are going to be audited, they say they are busy. They have busy schedules, so postpone it, we will let you know later on. So I wrote to say the Constitution requires that I produce my report within 6 months after the end of the year. Therefore, if I ask you that you are going to audit and you are not available, I write to the Minister of Finance and stop releasing public funds to that institution. I'm telling you, they are now more compliant than any other. So in a related question that you asked about the army, I don't know who asked. Oh, Prof, you asked about the army. I remember I went to see the Chief of Staff, the CDS, what they call it? CDS, yes. Yeah, Chief of Defense Staff, yes, CDS. I went and saw him and said, look, I know you people, you are green boys, and you can do a lot of things. But me, I don't fear the green. Because one thing I know in life is that I'll die one day. So if you shoot, I'll die and just go quickly. So no problem about that. But I don't want to spoil your institution. One thing I know is that you have a very good command structure. So agree with me that our audit findings, you will resolve the issues. Because every time the Auditor General or the auditor identifies an infraction, he makes a recommendation. If you address the recommendations, we are at peace. But if you don't address the recommendations, you will go to Public Accounts Committee with your green uniform. And to be honest with you, they were addressing 100%. At times, even when you recommend that they should do this within a month, within a week, they write back and say it has been done. Come and see the evidence. So they were addressing the issues. Whether they are still addressing, I don't know. Thank you.
I think it would be helpful to have a provision in the Constitution to the effect that a public institution or body that did not or refused to submit itself to an audit shall not receive public funds in the subsequent year or something.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be a nice one, just one sentence. But I tried to test that in the case involving Crowe and Associates, the senior minister. Because the senior minister raised an issue that for national security reasons, they didn't give the evidence of work done by Crowe and Associates. And I said, let's go and test it. So we went to the Supreme Court, and we wanted interpretation as to whether national security issues are exempted from audit. Because the institution itself is audited annually. So how come some selected issues are exempted, and how do we determine that? Well, anyway, we have several other arguments, like it was an afterthought, because when they raised the audit observation, their answer didn't talk about national security. So when we did the disallowance before that came in, but the Supreme Court dodged the question. All that they did was that they said, oh, go and give the evidence to the Auditor General. And Auditor General come within 10 days and tell us whether you are satisfied or not. On the 5th day, the president said I should go on leave. On day 6, the new Auditor General cleared them. So everything went away. But I think a provision like that, because I'm told there are some institutions for more than 15, 20 years, they have never been audited. Because anytime you inform them, they will tell they are not available. They are very busy, and that was all.
So you mentioned this problem of contract extension for occupants of the Auditor General position who reach 60, right? There's also the additional related problem of acting, being in an acting position in an office that is supposed to be constitutionally independent. And I think, maybe the Auditor General is not the only area where that practice occurs. I think it's happened with SHRAG, it's happened with other offices where there is a vacancy, and rather than confirm somebody in the position, that the person is appointed in an acting position, even though it's an independent office. And I agree with you that whether it's by contract extension or by using an active appointment, it undermines the independence of the person, because that person then feels somewhat, that they have to, for lack of better word, suck up to the appointing authority in order to be confirmed in the position. Would you be in favor of a provision that said, when a vacancy occurs in a position, Auditor General, any independent office, that vacancy must be filled within X number of days, or the incumbent, whoever it is that is holding that position, is essentially deemed to have been confirmed in the role, or just so that we don't have a situation where presidents hold these offices vacant for
a long time,
longer than is necessary, right? Maybe if there's a vacancy within 30 days, confirm a person in that role so that we don't have this acting independent constitutional officers.
Yes, I will say that before coming, I was actually perusing a lot of laws because of what we were coming to discuss here. And I don't remember very well whether it's South Africa or Kenya. The law provides for a deputy, so it talks about the Auditor General and 2 deputies, and said the senior-most deputy may act, but not more than 6 months. So you have a time limit within which somebody can act in that position. And I think it is very good, because a position like Auditor General, if you get him or her acting, you can influence a lot of the findings or the reporting. But if we can limit it, I even think 6 months is too long a time to be acting as Auditor General. Maybe a month or 2, maximum 3. I think that will do us a lot of favor. So we should provide for having a deputy who is officially, has gone through the same process as the Auditor General. Therefore, him or she acting should not be a problem. But then there should be a limit on how long the person can act. Thanks.
Back to the asset declaration. With the Right to Information Act, and I believe the commissioner there has been one of the most efficient executors of their appointment.
My question is, would you advise that with that law in place, the media and ordinary citizens use that law to access declarations?
This, I think, is a legal question, which you, the lawyers, should help us with. But with my layman point of view, I'm of the opinion that the provisions in the Constitution are superior to the provisions in an Act of Parliament. And if you read Article 286, it provides the conditions under which the declaration may be made known. You say if a court requests for it, or SHRAG, or use some processes. So when I was in office, I got a lot of those requests for so and so, and I said they should go to court for court to interpret whether their mandate also fall under the Constitution before I could make it available. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think Dr. Santi Pupuri made the point of having the Director of Public Prosecutions to prosecute some of the cases in the absence or in the belief that the Attorney General cannot act. I don't think the DPP will have that nerve to act. He's himself a civil servant and he works under the Attorney General. So perhaps we should rather strengthen the office of the Special Prosecutor if we can find space by amending the authority given to the Attorney General to prosecute all criminal cases. Because as it is now, like Domelovu said, although he's not a lawyer, he is appointed by an act, but the Constitution appoints the Attorney General. And his office, therefore will take precedence over that of the OSP. And when it comes to private prosecution, I think the power has always been there. There's an old authority where we saw our friend Willie Amafiu appearing as a private prosecutor. There's one authority somewhere. But if you look at Article 88.4, you find that all offenses prosecuted in the name of the people of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized by him in accordance with any law. So there is no difficulty with getting a private prosecutor. He has the power to appoint any other person, but I think they do so by executive instrument. And that person can act as a private prosecutor. Now, the issue of collecting, statistical service collecting data to avoid inflation and the rest. I think my friend Domelovu would agree with me that we have what we call the internal audit. And so if every organization has internal audit, why can't they do the work before the external auditors come? The internal auditors should look at the procurement. They should be able to find out whether what you are doing is correct or not. So if he does his work well, the external auditor will have very little to do. But we are supposed to have internal auditors who are not working. Is that not the case? They sit there and they don't act properly. They are also influenced by the political class. They tell them what to do. Approve, come on my friend, approve this thing and bring it. It is for him to say that what we are going to do is wrong. But we don't use the internal audits well. And that's why we end up having all these difficulties. Now, with the political parties' control, I think it's very important to look at it if there are ways of looking at it. Now we are hearing stories like if it is the delegate system which is leading to the corruption, because during the internal primaries, you rely on the delegates to appoint or elect one. Can we have a situation where the people would first appoint the presidential candidate, for the presidential candidate now to appoint the National Executive Committee, we are told as it obtains in the US. When you have your presidential candidate, he appoints the executives of the party. It's not everybody who is going through elections. It looks nice, but what happens to the lower structures? The constituencies, the electoral officers, the police station executives and the rest. What are we going to do with that? Except to say that maybe there's not much of pressure in those areas, and therefore, once you get the National Executive Committee members, once you get a president appointing the National Executive Committee members, the rest will just fall in line. Perhaps we may have to do that. Yes, with the opening of the envelopes during the declaration of assets, I think my own experience is that they will ask you to open it in front of them to look at whether you have even filled the form correctly, and then whether you have signed it. And so if the way you answered the question is not does not clarify the issue, they will now tell you that, look, this way, what you have said doesn't answer whether you are the owner. So change it and do it properly. So I remember when we went through that kind of situation. But as ambassadors and high commissioners, the auditors came and they were asking us whether we had declared our assets. And I think the answer was that the forms had not been supplied us. My friend here can confirm. So they gave us time to come down, to come and fill the forms. Oh, yeah, and return, I remember. So I came down, I went to the office, I filled my forms. They gave me the form, I refilled it, and returned them. So that is something like we are saying, if it should be filled before you take office, it's better. It's better that you fill these forms. Because I remember that was the issue. The auditors were insisting that we should bring out the forms, which we have filled. We said we didn't have the forms. They said the forms were not available.
Who is the custodian of the form?
I think the Auditor General.
The Auditor General?
Yes. He didn't supply the forms. So we didn't have
the blank form. Mm-hmm. You supply the blank form or the filled form?
The asset declaration form is printed by the Auditor General and given to all the people who have to declare.
I see.
Yes. However, we started a process where we created an IT platform. And we tested that, and that is supposed to be used, but water has passed through under the bridge, so it didn't work. Otherwise, it will address your issue, because it doesn't matter where you are.
It cut across almost all of us. All of us were involved.
Yes.
We said we didn't have the forms. We couldn't find them. We didn't know where the forms are.
They had one answer.
Meanwhile, we had been
because they had a group. So they decided the answer.
We didn't have it. No, it's true. We simply did not have the forms.
Publicly accessible form.
Yeah, it should be publicly
online,
accessible.
There's nothing secret about it. Yeah.
Mm. I finished. So I have finished my issues from this side.
Wow. So many ways to defeat a good idea, right? Yeah, so the issue of the internal audit versus the...
Yes. Yeah. I must say that I appreciate your position on the internal audit. The current form and structure of internal audit in the public sector is not fit for purpose. What happens is that under the Internal Audit Act 2000, all these internal auditors, they belong to the various MDAs, or ministries, departments, and agencies where they audit. So their promotion, their transfers, their welfare, their salary is the responsibility of the chief director, who he or she is auditing. So when you submit your report and the report is not good, from the chief director's point of view, he tell you, your colleague in Boku wants to come to Ghana. Do you want to go there? Because you don't seem to be part of, many people don't consider outside Accra as Ghana. So they say they want to come to Ghana. So if you want to go outside Ghana, then you can send you there. The normal answer that said, this is the zero draft. We will bring another draft with your input. So when I was in office, actually as Auditor General, it will surprise you that several internal auditors, they send me a blank copy of their original report. and say that the official one will come, but this is what actually we had. Because they are afraid of the spending officer, what may happen. So many times on the tip off from them, I send an audit team to go and review the same transaction and we capture it. So there has been a bill which has been on the drawing line for God knows how long, which is supposed to take the internal auditors away from the ministries, department, and agencies and put them under the internal audit agency. So they will be like the external auditors, the audit service staff. Therefore, they will be independent and they can do their work professionally, they can be trained and etc. So I think that is the major deficiency in internal audit. Because the guy who ensures that you can be promoted, demoted, transferred, punished, etc., is the very guy you are reporting on. And I think it's not the best. So I don't know whether you can put a clause there to take all of them away or they should legislate on internal auditing. I think it will help us.
But if we do it the way you are proposing or the way the bill is proposing, then they essentially become external auditors too, right? So you have two layers of external auditors, essentially. The IAA sends its own auditors, and then your office goes, your former office goes later on to audit the same institution.
Yeah, the executive, remember, is the same as the executive. Okay, let me give you another example which defeats that. If you go to Accountant General, Accountant General recruits all the accountants and send them to the MDAs. So they report to the Accountant General. That's why at times the accountant is more powerful than the internal auditor. Because if the controller and Accountant General does not agree with what is happening, there is nothing you can do to the accountant who is there. But the internal auditor is at the mercy of the spending officer. So if you check the sub-region, most of the internal auditors, they belong to the agency. And then they are posted to, remember in public service, you can post people to various institutions. So they belong to the agency and they are posted. So their independence is intact. They are well remunerated. In fact, even their professional training. For instance, health will not prioritize training of internal auditors. Education will not prioritize, I'm sure even EC will not prioritize training of internal auditors. They will prefer training electoral officers and etc. So we need to help them come together, being professional and even monitored. Their programs should be even reviewed to see what kind of audit plan are you preparing, etc.
Yeah, so the internal audit agency's auditors would be like the auditors for the executive. And then you would be the officer of parliament that comes to audit the executive body for, okay.
Exactly, that is the role of internal audit. Internal audit is part of management. So they are there to provide services to the executive. So if you don't listen to them, then their report becomes the basis of the external auditor. And in many jurisdictions, the external auditor does not suffer the way we do here, because the internal auditors are quite independent. And so when you go, you can pick their report and just follow up on issues which have not been addressed. But here, it is not the same. If you are free with the internal auditor, he will tell you that this is the official report, but I have other issues. And then they will reveal that to you. Let me be honest with you, most of the findings of the Supreme Audit Institution come from the internal auditors, but not officially. It's unofficial.
The point is, I think we have an internal audit service. But this don't we?
There's an internal audit agency.
We do have. But the point I'm looking at is how do they train the people within that before you do a procurement?
Oh, the spending officers.
Yes, those inside there should check whatever you are doing. I was insisting upon it that let the internal auditor look at what we are going to do. If he clears it, no external auditor will come and disturb me. And I did that quite efficiently. No external auditor came and had any issues. So the way you are going now, like Chama is saying, then we have two levels. One will be the internal auditor auditing, and then the external auditor also auditing. But what about if they train the people within properly, that they are able to do their work? They do before you procure anything, pass it through the internal auditor. Let him clear it for you that this thing is proper or it's against the law. So when the external auditors come, there will not be much work to do. But they sit there and they connive or take instructions from their bosses and they tell them to just pass and they keep on passing. I think
Chair, all things being equal, what you are saying is true. Because you wanted the right thing to be done, so you empower your internal auditor to ensure that everything is done appropriately. But what about me who wants to steal some of the money? I will not allow him to do what he wants to do. And even when he brings it to my attention, I'll say, shut up. You are part of us or you are not part of us. So that's where I talked about, do you want to be in Ghana or you want to go outside Ghana? So to solve that problem, yes. And even in the corporate world, if you go outside government, corporate world, now we have auditing firms who do internal audit for the firms before an external auditor comes. So there are two levels of auditing everywhere, both in government and in the corporate world. If you ask the Pricewaterhouse, etc., they act as internal auditors in some organizations. And in other organizations, they act as what? External auditors. The difference is in where you report to. If you're an internal auditor, you report to management. But the external auditor reports to the shareholders or, if in the public sector, to parliament.
Thank you. I think we can take the remarks from Ambassador Anna Bosman, former Commissioner for Shraj.
Thank you. There will just be a few remarks. I would have really hoped, and I think that you said that Shraj may be coming later. Can you hear?
Use this.
Yes. Is this one better? This one is better. Yeah. So, in any case, there's certain things that I want to say. First of all, I'm sorry that I came a little bit late, and I didn't. But what I will say is that my learned former Attorney General here said that, oh, you gave a very good presentation, and everything was covered. So I said, well, thank goodness everything was covered. But I think that I agree with a lot of the things that have been said here today, especially with regards to the declaration of assets, because I put that down as one of the contentions, one of the most contentious things in our, let's say, anti-corruption framework. That was one of them. And then also the issue of the independent prosecutor, which we have spoken about as well. Now, with regards to the asset declaration, I think we've spoken quite a lot about it, but I think that you are absolutely right when you say that, well, if we come and give sealed envelopes, and I know that we are supposed to, but this is not in the Constitution that you have to open your sealed envelope. So if you tell me to open my sealed envelope, I can say no. And I'd be right to say no. Isn't that right? So there should be something which will compel us, or which is mandatory, that the envelope should not be sealed, because actually Shraj is one of the institutions that is supposed to look at these, but we cannot also open, or we could not at the time, I don't know whether we can do it now, but we could not open your envelope unless there was an investigation, there was something in court before we could do that. So that's really, and the former Auditor General is absolutely right. If you put newspaper in your envelope and seal it, if there's no court order for you to open your envelope, well, there you are. And how are you going to disprove, or how is somebody going to disprove that this five-story building that I have today, even though when I came, I only had what do they call it? Chamber hall, or something like that. Yes, how are you going to do that? you see. Of course, in other jurisdictions, I'm not sure that whether we do it here, is that people, they look also at your style of living. They look at your style of living, and that can actually trigger, as a civil servant, that can trigger investigations into what it is that you own. You know, so I think something like that should also be I don't know how you're going to do it, but that's something that we should also. So it's the way and manner that you flaunt your wealth, because today, and then again, the declaration of assets right now. Who are the people? Who are the office holders who declare their assets? Who are they? Okay. And then remember that we have the people on boards and whatnot. They're also supposed to declare their assets. So you see, it's a whole panoply of places where you can actually hide ill-gotten wealth. So that's one of the things that we really need to look at, and how we're going to do it. And again, what Professor Karikari was saying about even having to not only declare your assets, but those should be made public. I understand that there will be by all means some privacy issues and so on and so forth, but there should be a way in which this can be done. Because I believe that there is a way that this can be done, that your assets or your declaration can be made public, one way or the other, without waiting for, so let's look into it. You know, the Constitution has already given us a framework. Now it's for us to see what we can do about that. Okay. Then I wanted to also talk about SHRAJ, and here I would have really wished for the current commissioner to be here, because he will probably be more, you know, updated about everything that's happening in SHRAJ. But it seems to me that we had a problem, a big problem, and I think, Professor, you did help us also when we had to go to the Supreme Court, because we had always, SHRAJ had always, you know, SHRAJ is it's three institutions under one umbrella. Anti-corruption, it's an anti-corruption agency. It's the ombudsman, that's the administrative justice, and then, of course, it's the human rights. It also deals with human rights. And in all these, you have corruption activities, all of them. Okay, but one under Article, I think it's, if I got it right, I'm a little bit. This thing, no, this is NCC, sorry. Anyway, in one of the articles on the SHRAJ, we had the power under the Constitution to investigate allegations of corruption. It was suo motu at that point in time. SHRAJ could come in at any one time when there was suspected corruption. SHRAJ could come in and investigate. That power was taken away from SHRAJ. That power was taken away from SHRAJ, and it was deemed now that SHRAJ could not investigate these matters unless we received a complaint from the public or from whoever. We needed to receive a complaint. But you see how difficult that makes it. Who is going to complain? Well, in a way, we tried to also, at the time, we tried to interpret it that, okay, some of the media, the journalists, we tell them, come and complain to us. Bring your complaint to us. You know, and then we'll do it. But they were also not all of them were brave or courageous to come and actually complain. So I think that is one of the things that we have to look at again, whether or not the Constitution has given SHRAJ the power to investigate without having the complaints brought to us. And I believe that, afterwards with the Chief Justice, we had some kind of discussion afterwards where I think she may have recognized at the point that actually she had weakened us. We had been undermined. Perhaps that was not something that was intended, because of course the court or the judges, I think it was a the decision was 4-1, I believe, huh? Was 4-1, something like that, 4-1. And therefore, I am sure that on their side, although I did not agree, of course, but on their side there must have been some very, shall I say, some very, no, not twisting, no. There were some reasons, maybe justifiable reasons why they said that. But I believe that we have the opportunity now to look into that again. So that's, yeah, so because the Constitution, as you see it, has a lot of strong points. The problem is us, the people. The problem is leadership. The problem is the way and manner that we interpret things to our own, yes, to our own advantage. Remember that for a good governance system, what should they be? First, strong systems. The former Auditor General talked about we must have these strong, robust systems. The second thing that we need to have also is sanctions. If you don't have any sanctions, well, you know how children are. If you don't punish children, they just do it over and over again. And then it becomes, as you said, Kojo, something that is it's an everyday affair. Today, corruption does not move us in any way. In fact, some people say, why are you people talking about corruption all the time? You know, it's with us forever. But if you had sanctions, those same people would not speak the way that they're speaking. But the fact is, we do not have the sanctions. You know, so that is also something that we need to, we do things absolutely wrong because we can get away with it. So as long as we can get away with it, well, we will. And the other thing, of course, is ethical and strong leadership. But that also brings in some of the issues that you have all spoken about, and which is nominations as opposed to looking at applications that are meritorious. Because if, and this is human nature, if I can nominate anybody that I want, why won't I? If there's nothing to stop me from doing that, why won't I? It's human nature, you know, and therefore to have a process where the process is based on merit and placed on the issue that different people of different, well, of course, as long as they qualify, have the opportunity to postulate for a job. I think that's very, very important. We also have the problem within the Constitution itself of the nominations or the appointments with consultation by the Council of State. Consultation, rather than, you know, if it's consultation, I don't have to take what you say. So maybe some of those appointments also, or nominations, if we're going to stay to nominations, perhaps it should not be just on consultation. Because then, you see, we have given a lot of power, as you have seen, and I'm sure that you've spoken, you know, about the powers of the executive, which have to be curtailed, you know, not because we don't like our executive, but because that is what will help our governance structure. You know, too much power corrupts absolutely, you know. So that's these are some of the things that I just wanted, just off the cuff, to say with regards to these matters. But the other one came up with regards to the acting powers, the acting, because of course, as you all know, I was a victim, shall I put it that way, of acting in a position for 5 years, and then after I was also brought back to act for another, until I curtailed it, yeah, for another year or so. But the point is, as far as I know, and Auditor General, you may correct me if I'm wrong, and also Attorney General, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that in the Public Services Commission, there is a clause which says either, depending on where you are, either 6 months or 2 years. And that if you went on leave or whatever it is, it was for 2 years. And then you had to come back. No, you could go on leave however you want. You could take your sabbatical or whatever. You can go on, what do they call that leave? Sorry? Sabbatical. Whatever it is, you know, you could take leave. 2 years, 5 years, whatever. But you needed to come back and justify why you have to stay longer than the 2 years. I believe, so that was there. And as you were saying, in other jurisdictions, after 6 months, it means if you do not do anything about it, the person is deemed to be, you know. Otherwise, you take them and you put somebody else there, you know. And yes, it does undermine the legitimacy of the acting person. It does, you know. And so it's something like that. We must really do something, see to it that it's not repeated. But I think that the Public Services Commission has that in their articles. I believe they do, but they're not following it. The public service should have just come and said, you know what, this is it, that is what it is. But we did not do that, you know. So these are some of the, you can, of course, if you want to ask me questions, I will be happy to answer. But the main point that I want to make today is SHRASH powers of investigation of corruption. That, for me, is one of the issues that we really have to look at. Because when you also say, and I've heard it from different people here, that, oh, SHRASH can do this, SHRASH can do that, can SHRASH really do it? Can SHRASH really do it? I don't want here to be talking too much about the political parties or Parliament and their role in the undermining of institutions, because I'm sure that you've gone over those already. So there's no need to, I think we recognize that. We recognize that there is also a problem there, and which has to be also looked at. And also we're on television, there's certain things I don't want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Bosman. It's exactly 2 o'clock. It's as if you were timing yourself. I was advised earlier that our friends from the GTV will have to take a break at 2, and therefore that's I think just about the right time to also take our break for lunch. I'm hoping that all of you who have presented or made remarks will return after lunch, especially Ambassador Bosman, so we can follow up with some questions. So that's assurance being given. I think we can break for lunch now and reassemble here at no later than 3 o'clock. opening presentation, and we've heard from other participants. We left off with the presentation by Ambassador Bosman, and I think we can continue from there. So just following on your presentation, just have one point about SHRAJ. SHRAJ has come up for quite a bit of commentary, and I would like to just focus on two of its roles that I think can assist us in this anti-corruption issue. One is its role as ombudsman, and for that matter, its involvement with the regulation of administrative discretion and abuse of power. And then, of course, its more formal role as an anti-corruption body. Now, I see those roles as very intertwined, because I think wherever you find corruption, you are likely to find discretion. Some public officer has discretion to make a decision one way or the other, and I think our laws are replete with the grants of discretion. This has been one of the ways we make our laws since the 50s or 60s. Even when you establish a preferred way of doing something, there's almost always a carve-out where you say, well, we want to allocate oil blocks through competitive bidding, and then the next clause, the minister, notwithstanding article whatever section 223, the minister shall have discretion if in his own opinion, whatever, right? So discretion has become part of the way we've organized this state, and I think that has been one of the entry points, or main entry points for corruption. And we've talked about Article 296, not just the C, but also the A and the B. And I don't know if in your experience at SHRAJ, if SHRAJ had looked at, I know SHRAJ had done a lot of work on the administrative justice side or ombudsman side with individual kinds of issues with their organizations, with their public employers, and that kind of stuff. But looking at the issue more systematically at the systemic level, whether SHRAJ had taken a look at how to assist the states to organize, say, taking a cue from 296C, whether to develop some kind of a rule book around the exercise of discretion by public bodies. I think Kojo mentioned Administrative Procedure Act in the US, I think coming from 1930-something. South Africa has a Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, which actually comes out of their constitution, a constitutional provision, and then they fleshed it out in a statute. I think Kenya has followed the same, in the same light. We don't have anything like that, but I think administrative discretion is one of the big areas where we could have some success if we tried it. I don't know if SHRAJ currently has done anything of the kind, or what you think we could do with that provision. And then secondly, whether you think a division, if we made a provision because of SHRAJ's tripod kind of role, some argue that even if it's not doing corruption, it's still doing other things. So it continues to have a reason to exist, notwithstanding that we don't hear about it fighting corruption. But what if there was a specific constitutionally mandated corruption division, right? So instead of creating a new anti-corruption body because of resource constraints, what if we said, SHRAJ shall have 3 divisions, a division of each of which shall be chaired by a deputy commissioner or a commissioner. Anti-corruption division, ombudsman division, human rights division, so that this is assigned by the Constitution, and whoever is in charge of that has a specific constitutional role to fight corruption, as opposed to just mixing everything up and saying SHRAJ should do these 3 things. the sense that if you give a particular division of SHRAJ a specific anti-corruption mandate, then that's more likely to ensure that that job gets done, as opposed to throwing everything in and leaving SHRAJ essentially free to choose what it does with its mandates. How does that suggestion look to you? And then the first one, of course, is what can SHRAJ do about 296 so that we can have, for the whole public administration, a way of organizing discretion, a way of exercising discretion so that we mitigate this problem.
Thanks. Thank you. With regards to the division of SHRAJ under, let's say, 3 separate chairs, in actual fact, even during the time that I was there, and I'm sure that subsequently, SHRAJ did try to organize itself in that particular way. But you're right in that when you are sort of weakened on one leg, then you do everything else that you can do. So I think that it would be very helpful. We did it. We tried to do that. If you remember, also the late Mr. Quayson was very, very involved in anti-corruption. You know, he was even the one who was leading NACAP initiatives and all that sort of thing. So, and so he was mainly doing that, but he was also doing public education. You know, so I think that that could help, because as we've said before, there is no need to reinvent or to have another separate institution. You have the institution there. And what can be done, of course, is to reorganize the way and manner that the institution discharges its mandate. And that, I think, is what we ought to be working on, because everything is there already. With regards to the discretionary powers, if we call it powers, of the way that we can do these things, then I haven't really thought too much about that particular part of it. But I do think that it's important, again, as we have repeated over and over here, that try and take discretionary powers out and make it mandatory for people to do certain things. Because then it becomes very clear. You do this, and this is what the consequences are. You don't do this, this is what the consequences are. It doesn't give room to, it doesn't give you wiggle room. And what we thrive on and what corruption thrives on is the wiggle room. You know, if you have wiggle room and then you can interpret things in any way, well, we are lawyers. We know how to interpret things in all different ways which will suit our clients. And therefore, let's make it very clear, clarity. Let's have clarity. This is how it should be, not the may, but the shall or the will. I think that's what I would say about that. Could you, yeah, sorry.
With one. So a mandate also to do some education.
Yes.
Right? But let me move this to the corruption side. One of the, you know, again, like discretion, whenever you see corruption, I think you are likely to see conflict of interest. But it's one of the, I think, the least understood ideas in Ghana. Whether it's least understood or it's intentional, I don't know. But it appears that sometimes when the idea of conflict of interest is not something that a lot of public officers get. Do you think it's an appropriate role for SHRAJ, maybe working in conjunction with Public Service Commission, Office of Head of Civil Service, to run like, I hate to use the overused capacity building, training. I mean, I don't understand why conflict of interest is so little understood in this place, that people just don't get it. I mean, like, yeah, ethics training. Like, people just don't understand that if you are in position A, and they will tell you, why is that person also not a Ghanaian? These days, that's the response. I am this public office holder. There is this public asset that has been given to me to distribute, I distribute it to my immediate relative. And the response is, but is this person not also a Ghanaian? And when you say that there's a conflict of interest, people just either pretend they don't understand it or they really don't understand it. You know, I'm thinking if Shraj is there and has this mandate, some of the things we can do on the prevention side, because it's so difficult to fight it after the fact. You can't get evidence, people don't want to testify, evidence is lost, and I think too often we throw most of our anti-corruption resources into the criminal law enforcement punitive side of things. And as we said in the morning, that's a really difficult fight. You know, so prosecution has a lot of loops to go through, and even the best prosecution can result in a no conviction because you still have to pass the judicial process. So for me, I'm also looking for ways in which we can empower Shraj and all the anti-corruption bodies to do things that prevent the occurrence of these things. And is there room for ethics training, conflict of interest training?
Yes, in actual fact, at least I know that during my years in Shraj, and I'm sure that they continue to do it, we did run some seminars, some workshops, some capacity building on conflict of interest, on the code of conduct. And in fact, one of the things that we used to do, and I'm not sure that we still do, but one of the things that we used to do is that it was when there was a new parliament, we ran a special workshop for the parliamentarians on conflict of interest. I believe that also Shraj did produce some booklets on code of conduct and on conflict of interest. I know that we had a lot of, in fact, some of the very humorous things that happened during our workshop with the parliamentarians is, yes, you would think that perhaps they really didn't understand what conflict of interest was, because some of the questions that came up during those times showed that they're not getting it. They're not getting it. You know, there was one particular thing which really stood out, and we were talking about conflict of interest, we were talking about all sorts of things, and then there was an example that we used that, you know, if you have say a travel and tours outfit, you would not be allowed to use that travel and tours to be getting all the tickets and the traveling arrangements for parliamentarians or the executive or whatnot. One parliamentarian actually stood up and said, why? And then as we were going out, he said to me in Twi, but my Twi is not very good. The pronunciation is not good, but the understanding is excellent. He said to me, what? Are you trying to tell me that now that I've come here, I'm not going to get something out of my outfit over there? Oh, David, I don't understand this sort of thing. So, for them, either they do not understand it or they refuse to understand. They understand it, but they know that they can get away with it. And they do get away with it because straight away, I watched this gentleman after I was monitoring him, and yes, the executive and the parliamentarians used his outfit. Amongst others, they used it. And they were buying their tickets and everything from there. So, in essence, why did he need to be a parliamentarian in the first place? Because he could be, you know. But yes, Shraj does that as part of his education mandate and as part of the anti-corruption mandate, and in which they also put public education aid. So yes, we do that. I'm sure that they still do that, or at least I hope so. You have to remember that some of these things also need to be funded, because we were not getting, at least at the time, we were not getting all the funding that we needed from the people who should be giving to us, our government. We're not getting it. We were getting most of our funding from outside. And that's also, I mean, it was very good for us because it allowed us to do a lot of the things that we could do at that time, is because we did get some funding. You know, fighting corruption is a very expensive thing. Investigation of corruption, which I found out even more in depth when I went to African Development Bank, you need a lot of resources. To have a special prosecutor's office, you need a lot of resources. To have Yoko, you need a lot of resources. Investigation, corruption, investigation of criminal activities, you need a lot of. And if you are not getting it, then I'm afraid to say that then you're going to cut corners. And you're going to be forced to even sometimes make concessions and compromises because you need some funding to be able to move. So all these things, I don't know how we are going to put it in a framework which will ensure that especially anti-corruption bodies are adequately funded to make them independent. If we have to go to Parliament every time and beg for money, you can imagine we're not going to get it, because you're going to be investigating those same people who are going to give you the money, they're going to give it to you. But if there's, I think actually I was saying that they can't increase the funding. It doesn't make sense. Really doesn't make sense.
I mean, the CIC 2011, I think, had a proposal to create an independent constitutional bodies fund of sorts, where
yes, that's right.
various independent. Is there any other idea, funding model that you think might work for an anti-corruption body? Like, for example, you keep a certain percentage of your recoveries if you recover funds.
Yes.
Those kinds of models might work for, at least for Shraj.
I think it could. When I was at the African Development Bank, what we did was we established a fund which we call the Africa Integrity Fund. And what we did was that the sanctioned companies and institutions who had to pay, who were sanctioned, they had to pay penalties. We put now their penalties into the fund, into a fund, so that that fund would be used for worthy causes. And if it meant also that you could use that fund to, say, investigate a particular matter, then you'd go and get, you would apply for that fund, for monies from that fund. That can be done here. That can be done.
But at the current arrangement, SRA doesn't have
no.
sanctioning power.
No.
Because it doesn't have any criminal...
yes. So it has to be something that, you have to look at how we can do that. If indeed we are saying that SRA should have the power not only to investigate, but also to sanction, to prosecute.
Thank you. Okay, the floor is open. Okay. Your name and your affiliation, if any.
Hello, thank you. My name is Adam Sananu. I co-chair the Citizens Movement Against Corruption, but I also wear a hat as a member of the AU Advisory Board Against Corruption. I do a little bit of hop, skip, and jump. Could you thank you very much for that brilliant presentation representing most of our concerns. A number of them I want to add to, because I guess the number of voices you hear on a particular issue leave a certain impression on key things that you'd want to deal with as you look at the Constitution and review it. So there was a comment about 3.5 years out of the 4 years, you have the electorate on one side, and the politicians on the other side, and citizens are not engaging as much in decision making. And Kojo made a point about giving a paper on participation, and I wanted to speak to that a little. That between 2015 and 2018, we worked on the National Popular Participation Policy Framework for Ghana. I led the process. And our constitution is clear. Article 35(6)(d) talks about, to make democracy a reality, we need to decentralize the administrative and financial machinery of government to all levels and provide all possible opportunities for citizens to influence decision making. Somehow the second half has not reflected. And what it is that the state has not intentionally provided the platforms and spaces for citizens to continuously engage on issues that come up, to the extent that we are holding duty bearers accountable, and that we're also reducing the risk of corruption. And then Article 242E also talks about as far as practicable, and it focuses much more on the MMDAs rather than the MDAs. But there's a need to make sure we have, in my view, perhaps beyond the popular participation policy framework, have even a law on participation. Because there's so much that would be dealt with in terms of accountability if citizens and stakeholders were continuously carried along with our processes. If you take Ejapa, if the stakeholders, key stakeholders, had always been at the table and being brought back, the results would have been different. If you take e-levy, almost every policy where we've had challenges and later we've had issues of corruption, if those stakeholders had been mapped out and brought to the table and continuously engaged in a permanent way, there would have been a lower risk of the kind of results that we got. So looking at making sure that participation is ingrained, citizens understand that they have an obligation. It's not just a passive thing that you are somewhere and you expect results after 4 years. We have to be there. And that's also part of Article 41. I don't think we've done that education. Citizens are not empowered. Citizens are not responsible citizens at the moment. And we don't know that we are irresponsible citizens. So just talking to that one. And then there was a question on, you have the defense counsels trying to take advantage of every trick in the book to make sure that any corruption cases take forever, making the appeals when necessary. How do we make progress in this context? Not too long ago, the president talked about fast-track courts, and it brought up a lot of discussion, because some lawyers thought we are talking about automated courts, which we've done, and it hasn't really provided the results. I think we are looking at specialized courts, and this is another place where we can learn from Kenya. I mean, a few months back, as a country rapporteur from the AU to Kenya, I was there when they launched their Kenya Integrity Plan. As part of the documentation, the Kenya Integrity Plan is just like our National Anti-Corruption Action Plan, but they focus on integrity, looking at the people, and they use a strategic plan framework. They indicated they have 12 specialized courts, and the administrative arrangements are such that they have target periods within which these cases must end. In other words, continuous sitting on a case rather than sit this week and then say come back after 2 months. So the arrangements are such that you can make progress, get results. It is publicized such that citizens know that this person didn't get away with stealing the money. They have been found accountable, they have been jailed, so much of the assets have been retrieved. So the issue of specialized courts as a way of making progress, I think is key. And that's on the sanction incentives, because normally we say for behavior change, you need both the reward incentives and sanction incentives. So the specialized courts and getting people jailed, it just deals with the sanction side. But I think we also need reward incentives. A few weeks back, the speaker was talking about integrity awards. And I was telling myself, perhaps this would have been better done by the state itself, such that when persons, whether it's whistleblowers or individuals, contribute to dealing with corruption in an accelerated manner, or they themselves refuse to be corrupted, and we have these examples, can we highlight them? Can we reward them? Can we commend them? So it begins to make citizens, young people understand that it is good to, eschew corruption. So specialized courts on one hand, rewards in terms of commendations and what have you. Then declaration of assets. There seems to be a reticence on the issue of verification and publication. The political elite have a problem.
But those of us who represent the masses, we want to see comprehensive verification and full publication. So we appeal to you. At the end of the day, let's not find any middle point that was being suggested that, oh, there's a middle point, maybe you partially, maybe the Auditor General's reps will open it and check. No, let's look at the best practice or good practice models internationally and have comprehensive verification and full publication. There was a point of, are the levels of sanctioning adequate? And so you talked about how the previous CRC recommended, oh, if the person is found, he cannot hold office for 5 years, or the maximum prison sentence should be 5 years. I don't think that's high enough. It's not punitive enough. And I think that's part of the problem. The levels of sanction don't serve as a deterrent. So how can we look at it and make sure it is so punitive that people will begin to shy away from wanting to engage in it? I think that must also be taken into consideration. So very important question. I don't think that would be an adequate way to go. Let's make it more difficult for people to want to engage in corruption. Related to that would be the lack of sufficient highlighting of cases that have been investigated, people who have been found culpable, and how they have been sanctioned. And I think it's the reason why in crafting Act 959, we said the OSP must report every 6 months. Can we do something that compels all anti-graft agencies to report regularly? The AGs handles cases. They found people culpable. Money has been retrieved. Why isn't it being reported? Because the more we report, the more it begins to create awareness in people that this is not a profitable enterprise. So we need much more reporting of that. And I think, I don't know whether it was at lunch, Kojo was saying, report and publish, report and publish, report and publish. Let's make sure that we emphasize that. So the publication of the work being done by all these anti-graft, we don't hear much from Yoko, from BNI. At the moment, it's on OSP. And so very soon they get all the attacks. All the questions are there. Let's make sure that we have this across board. And then embedded in that, in relation to education, NCCE's role, giving them enough funding. Is it possible to embed in our curricula for young people this whole issue of corruption? Not just in the Constitution, not just at the moment have a chapter in the decentralization law also on corruption, but can we have it a permanent part of our curricula? The Nordic countries that have the lowest levels of corruption, you find that from childhood, they have models where they are teaching their children to look at ethical positions rather than being, So what can we do about that as well? Independent regulator for political parties. I think it's a brilliant idea. I kind of prefer that to having the EC responsible, because I think that the EC has enough on their hands. There's so much going on in the EC space. So I'll go along with those who want an independent regulator, especially where we've recognized that political parties now see our whole democratic exercise as a business transaction. They are not, this is not about just coming and giving good leadership. It's about we pump money in, how much money do we make out of it? So if we don't keep a very microscopic eye on what is going on there and set up standards and criteria, I think that one of the key problems with our democratic experience now is the political parties. And they don't know it themselves, but they are a key problem. So an independent regulator and what else we can put in there, I think would be very helpful. Two things: appointment from Parliament, how it undermines the oversight of Parliament. That's something we need to reduce. The number of people they are picking from Parliament means that we won't get good enough results from there. I think AC asked a question on how do we help the whistleblowers. Kojo talked about the fact that people still do not report because of retaliation. In fact, the Afrobarometer report had two things Ghanaians said why they would not report. One was the fear of retaliation, and the second was there will be no change. We don't think that even if we report, there will be any change. So if we want to change that situation, these two things must be addressed. I was asked about oral earlier in the year, and I kept saying I thought it was a brilliant idea, because for me to address these two things. The issue of retaliation, the composition of the committee was such that there were people who had kept the anonymity of persons who whistleblowed and provided them information. These are people with a track record of handling information without releasing their sources. And there were people who had also demonstrated results. So I'm thinking that if we're looking at systems that can address this, we need to address these two things. And I don't know how that will happen. But anonymity, how do we protect that? That's the key problem, why people will not report. And secondly, let's make sure that once information comes in, we are reporting the change. And then people have much more confidence in that. Two more quick things I want to raise. Long-term planning, how we position NDPC, such that new governments that come in don't come in with their own manifestos and then throw everything. I think it's also part of the corruption because before you know it, somebody has their own pet project with a whole procurement agenda, and that's it. How do we lift NDPC and its long-term plan into the constitution such that parties need to come and align? Then we can build on the progress we have made in previous dispensations rather than we come and we start a whole new thing again. And then the Public Accounts Committee and the ARICs, the Audit Report Implementation Committees. When these issues come up, some of us have been wondering, and I don't know whether Mr. Domlevo can help, but shouldn't we be able to get some sanctions? Because if the issues have been raised, after a year you come back, the same issues have been raised, the monies have been lost, and no action, no tangible follow-up actions. Shouldn't we find some way of creating a mechanism where the officers involved can be immediately sanctioned without a very long, laborious new process? I don't know. Maybe we need some lawyers and judges to think through it. But it's a shame where this is being publicized. You see, that's part of desensitizing the public. And we are hearing it each time. Nothing has happened. And they come back. And it's like they are laughing, they are joking, they just talk. It's on live TV. We need to do something about that. Otherwise, let's stop publicizing it. How are we sanctioning these things and making sure they don't get repeated? Those would be my thoughts for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
Mr.
you,
Manasseh,
Mr.
we'll be back. We'll be with you shortly. I hear he's on the online. We've forgotten our online audience, but after you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Asante, thank you very much for your presentation today. I kind of concur with my colleagues in terms of your brilliant presentation. It's very extensive and it shows, I think I told you during the break that I like the fact that you incorporated both the constitutional and the administrative law elements in it. It shows how extensive you are in terms of that. In terms of the Article 55, you mentioned or you recommended that we should try and get or elect leaders with integrity. And I definitely agree with you on that notion. But the issue with us is, it's difficult to know that this person has got integrity or the person can portray that they've got integrity. But once they take office, our systems in the country can corrupt the person. Or, as you rightly said, if they don't want to conform or fall in line, they will stick out like a sore thumb, like you reiterated with Mr. Domlevo in his instance issue. So I think it's more about us trying to get our systems also to work with, so that when you are in there, and I cite an example with my colleagues during lunch, that I worked in the UK civil service, well, in the Inland Revenue for more than 5 years as a tax officer, a newly young graduate, and I went in as a tax officer. And I brought in millions of dollars pounds, to the UK government as revenue. But I never saw a penny as in cash. And when I tell my students this, they get amazed. They are like, are you sure? Are you sure you're not lying? And it's true. Because the system is such that you will not see a penny. How is that? Everything is, yes, a system, like you put it through. But Prof. Kakari also raised an issue whereby we can have the systems, the computers, and people can even intentionally break it. So when it's broken down, then you have to go by the natural, or the cash system. So again, it's difficult when we try and use a process. So I think it's all about the mindset of us as well. How can we, the way the reset is in the system now, how can we reset our mindset for us to try and not go into that? It's very important for us. But yes, you're right. Good leaders. But we need the leaders to also have the same kind of mindset for their team that will come into office with them for them to be able to work in that concept, or else you can have a good leader, but if the bottom bit is all rotten, you still not get the achievement that we want to get in that regard. So I thought that might be a good one for us over there. In terms of the preventive measures, it's very essential for us to use that to reduce or eradicate corruption in our system. Again, system has to be put in place for this to take place, for the preventative measures to take effect. And so I use an example of, we always say politicians are corrupt, politicians are corrupt. So we have politicians that come in on timely basis. So now we have the NDC guys in. But don't forget that the public servants are usually in there for a long term. And the public servants are the majority. Politicians are just a mere fraction of us. But public servants are the majority. They come and meet. So whether they change some of the leaders at the public office, it's still really irrelevant in the sense that we have the chunk of our public servants or the civil servants at the base. And are we saying they are not corrupt there? I've had several encounters. So again, it's not only politicians that we should be looking at. This comes to the next area of my issue of us trying to do the asset declaration. I believe the asset declaration should go through all the public office, because the Constitution says public officers, and public servants are public officers. So we shouldn't really limit it that certain public officers' rank should have that asset declaration. Every public servant should also declare their assets. Again, I will compare or juxtapose this to that of the UK. As I said, I'm still supposed to be a civil servant in the UK. I'm on a career break. So when Ambassador Bosman said that 2 years, you go on we call a career break. After 2 years, you justify why you should get more years. The beauty of it is your job is secured. You don't get paid whilst you're on a career break, but your tenure is secured for how many years you are on a career break. So my pension, it's all paused, but my job is secured. If I go back today, they are waiting for me to come back into the job. So that is one thing. So job security can also help us reduce the corruption in the country. Because if you know that a new government comes in, I'm going to go. Of course, when I'm there, I'm going to pack up a lot of stuff just to secure my time that I will be there. So it's very important. But we also have to look at civil servants and public service in that regard, and how they can declare their assets right from where they are in their position. You might think that the lower ranks might not need to declare their assets, but that's where a lot of corruptions happen. And so it's very important for us to let them also declare. A system that we use in the UK is, we call something security clearance. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, per our code of conduct. So we are very strict when it comes to code of conduct. We abide by it, or else you'll be kicked out. So they put a fear in us before you are even recruited as a public servant in the UK. And we do security clearance based on the department you are going into, the level you're going into, the role you are going into. So we have levels of security clearance. And the level you go into, it depends on how you declare your assets. And the lifestyle audit, very, very important. We just put everything under security clearance. And that way, if I'm at a level and they feel that I'm using a Range Rover, they will question me how I got that Range Rover. If it's by loan, they want to see whether I took the loan from the bank, wherever, because they don't want you to be influenced, not by politicians, but even by the public. So these are all important areas that you need to. So yes, you might be using luxurious car. Well, your colleagues will even be looking at you when you are going to the car park to pick your car, and that's where the whistleblowing and anonymity whistleblowing can come in as well over there. So it's very important that we look at that, because the rationale is obviously to be able to get us, if you know that you're going to be security clear, you have to be security cleared. I did a loan at another department, and my security clearance took like 3 months or 4 months, but I did not start the job until I was security cleared. And certain security clearance, they will interview, they go and interview like your partner, your friends around you, and they do a separate interviews with them, and they ask them all certain questions before they clear you and before you take up the post. So again, Dr. Domlevo's issue of if you haven't been cleared or you haven't been verified in terms of your asset, you cannot start a job. So these are some of the areas. And lastly, in terms of the prosecution side, so we have so many agencies here. So we have Yoko, now OSP, we have Shiraj. Can we not look at merging some of these? Because I had a criminal case once that it had nothing to do with Yoko, but they were there at the High Court trying to, I'm like, but these are two civil cases that, but people take advantage of the fact that they know people at some of these agencies and they let them abuse the system by wasting taxpayers' money. As a civil servant, we are always hammering on taxpayers' money. Very important for us because also because I worked in the tax office, we don't joke with taxpayers' money because you have to account for every pesewa or penny that you spend. And so certain departments or agencies shouldn't be taking some of these jobs or investigations when it's not relating to state assets or state properties. And so we should look at probably merging these. And lastly, for Shiraj, I mean, the Dr. Anani case was the one that kind of weakened Shiraj's investigative power. So I discussed this a lot with my constitutional and administrative law students. And I was telling Ambassador Bosman that you could tell that in the end, the CJ was a bit, she felt bad about it, but again, so maybe we can go for, again, constitutional interpretation on that subject to see whether they will give you back your investigative powers.
We don't need to. You can reverse it in the Constitution.
Because, I think Suraj needs to be given that investigative power so that they are not, they don't have to investigate only by invitation. So that was the key word there. They can actually go and investigate and also empower them with some prosecution powers for them to take that upon themselves. Yes, I think that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, this side of the Manuel. Promise Manasseh that we'll get next to him online. So after Manasseh, we'll come to you. Manasseh. Hello? Are you still there?
Good morning from here. Yes, I am.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a few suggestions to make, and all of them are geared towards strengthening one point. I'm wondering if we can use this process to ensure that those who are supposed to prosecute, seek our interest in the fight of corruption can also be held accountable, whether they can be compelled by law to do certain things, and failure to do that could be the basis for their removal from office. I'm saying this because as we sit here, if an employee of, say, EcoBank or any of the private businesses in this country steals 100,000 cedis or 10 million cedis, that institution would hand the person over to the police. The police can investigate and then secure conviction. But if this same person were to do the looting in the public sector, all of a sudden, the police are incapable of investigating and getting the person jailed. We have the Shraj, we have the IOCO, we have the OSP, we have the Attorney General. We are still grappling with the inadequacy of laws and giving reasons all the time why certain things cannot happen. I strongly believe that despite the weaknesses of our system, those we put in charge of fighting corruption should also be accountable to us, because we knew the audit service before Mr. Domelevo went there. We knew the audit service whilst he was there. And we now know the audit service in his absence. The same institution, but depending on whoever is there, we are talking about one moribund institution and one that is so active that state officials and politicians are beginning to fear and want to do what is right. So I believe that we should be thinking about how to get or compel public officials to be able to do their work. Two, with Shraj, I would want to add my voice to the call for Shraj, not only to be able to investigate, but also to prosecute. I say this because in many instances, Shraj completes its report, sends it to the Attorney General, and then nothing happens. There was one case I followed, and it took Shraj about 11 years to conclude that investigation. It involved a company I've reported since 2013. And this company got nationwide contracts to provide sanitation equipment and get paid for the assemblies. But long before the equipment were and the tools were even provided, the assemblies were paying. So a whistleblower from the Bono region at the time petitioned Shraj. Shraj started this investigation, and the company said Shraj didn't have what it took to do the investigation legally. Shraj went to court and everything. Eventually, Shraj won. After 11 years of spending resources, the report was completed, handed over to the Attorney General. Monies were supposed to be recovered, out of which 10% was to be paid to this whistleblower in the Diayao and Kwanta area. As we speak, nothing has come out of it. The whistleblower didn't get anything. The state did not get a peswa of the money that was supposed to be retrieved. And that company, Zoom Lion, is still in very good business. So if Shraj had the mandate to prosecute, I believe we could be asking maybe different questions. If we think that a political class, the Attorney General often represents, may be compromised in a way because of their relationships with some of their own politicians and private businesses, they cannot do the work. At least Shraj should be empowered that way. And finally, I also want to add my voice to the law on proving. When it has to do with corruption, I believe we should push for laws that lower the threshold of proving beyond reasonable doubt. We know that corruption in this country has advanced, but we are yet to get to that stage where corrupt persons would offer receipts for monies they receive. So in most cases, you don't find any documentary trail, nothing to suggest that this contract that cost 5,000 was supposed to have been just 100 cedis, but the money was shared. So I believe that we should begin to push for the proof, the burden of proof, to rather be on whoever is caught with money they cannot explain, so that we don't have people like Cecilia Dapa walking freely. When I did the contracts for sale documentary, the PPA CEO was found to have put so much money in his bank account, cash deposits. At the time, it was up to about 41 million Ghana cedis within the 2.5-year period he was there. And this was what we suspected, or that what was put there in cash. We don't know what he may have acquired by way of buying real estate or other properties. But 2019, since this revelation happened, as we speak, nobody has even followed up to ask where the money is after the system allowed him to go back to court and get all the money. The accounts were frozen. That clearance was given, and as we speak, all the monies were taken, and no single institution has followed up to even ask questions. And finally, I would also want to appeal to some of the state institutions present there that when it comes to corruption, it isn't every case that can lead to prosecution or even conviction. They should devise other means of getting people to face some level of consequences in terms of the public knowing. I have had the instance to disagree with some of my friends, the office of special prosecutor, when a businessman was said to have gone to parliament to bribe MPs. The MPs said it openly, but when the investigation started, some of them didn't want to come forward. But there were other pieces of evidence that pointed to who the businessman was. This businessman was actually invited, I don't know whether we can call it arrest, by the OSP, interrogated, and when the report was being issued, the OSP deducted or covered the name of this businessman. And at the end of the day, nothing was in that report. And I believe that even if the names and everything, whoever they interviewed, was left there, and at the end of the day, the report says, look, we cannot prosecute for ABC reasons, that name being there alone could have deterred some other people because there was reasonable suspicion or evidence or intelligence to point to the fact that this was the person who went there, but the investigation couldn't proceed just because those who were alleged to have been bribed were not prepared to cooperate after they had publicly stated that someone came in there to try to bribe them. So the point I'm trying to make is that it isn't in every case that we can get to the bottom of the matter. But anti-corruption agencies, institutions, and public officials mandated to represent our interests in those institutions should begin to find ways of making corruption unattractive, even if we ultimately cannot get people to jail. And finally, maybe, I don't know how possible this is, but shouldn't we be considering some exceptional circumstances when private individuals can take some corruption cases to court, and if they win, they get a percentage of how much they retrieve for the state? If that happens, we can have civil society organizations and others, other individuals, being able to hold certain people who have become so untouchable because of their connections with the political class, and sometimes their connection with the state institutions that are mandated to hold them accountable for their deeds. I think if that happens, we should be getting many more people interested, especially now that we have whistleblowers who report, and sometimes they are given little or no protection, or sometimes they are even given away. And when the cases go through, like this Shraj case that was investigated and the report submitted, at the time, Gloria Kufuor was the Attorney General, and I had a copy of the report. I knew what was in there, but nothing ever happened. If that happens, I think we may be getting more people getting interested, and perhaps retrieving more money, and making it difficult for people to bribe everybody. Thank you.
Follow up, if you can stay with us for a couple of minutes. So this general idea of holding the anti-corruption agencies accountable, themselves accountable, I think it's an interesting angle to come from. So let me give a couple of options or just ways that we could think about this. So let's say we have a number of anti-corruption agencies or anti-crime agencies, I guess, the police, IOCO, FIC, any number of them, OSP. Now, I think it would be, just taking a lead from that general proposition of yours, it seems to me quite sensible to say that if a state agency, any one of these state agencies, investigates a crime of corruption and makes a recommendation to the prosecutorial authorities, right, and recommending prosecution, then the prosecutor would be under an obligation to proceed with prosecution or else give public reasons why prosecution would not be warranted in those circumstances, right? Because my thinking is, we've spent public money and resources going through an investigation. A competent public body has done that. The outputs or the outcome of their investigation is entitled to some kind of regard or consideration by the prosecutorial authority. So if they refuse to proceed with the recommendation that there should be prosecution, then at the very least, they must give public reasons why not to prosecute. A second way we could actually enforce your idea seems to me to be that even the investigator themselves, if you do an investigation of a high-profile case and you come to a conclusion that prosecution is not warranted, you should tell us why, right? I like your idea. I'm just trying to find ways of practically making it work. That if you are mandated to fight corruption, you investigate a case, you come to a conclusion, no prosecution warranted. Give us a reason. You come to a conclusion, prosecution warranted. The AG says, I disagree. The AG, give us a reason why you disagree, right? Those are, in my view, two possible ways we can actually enforce this idea of holding anti-corruption agencies accountable to the public for the work that they do. My second question is to you in your role as an investigative journalist. In what ways do you think that the laws around media or investigative journalism as they currently are in the country hamper the fight against corruption? And how could we make the work of investigative journalists and the media a lot less onerous in the fight against corruption?
Thank you very much for this. On the first one, I would want to add that even the institutions that do the investigations themselves would still have more questions to answer, not only on the investigations they do, but what they refuse or fail to do. For 2.5 years, someone whose account barely had any significant amount going into that account gets into public office. And sometimes you have $200,000 cash getting into that office. $100,000, 300,000 cedis cash. To the extent that we had about, I think, $4 million, some cedis. And at the time, the exchange rate at the time, everything added to like 41 million Ghana cedis. If it were today's terms, it would be far more than that because the dollar and then the euros, when converted, would put the figure even higher. The question is, we have FIC. If you ever try getting money from abroad and the money hits your account, sometimes the procedure sometimes $1,000. Your bankers would have to ask you, how did you get this money? What work did you do? They sign that. And sometimes when you're frustrated, they explain to you that, look, you see these money laundering stickers here. We have to do our work, otherwise we'll get into trouble. The question is, when politically exposed persons are putting these amounts of money in their bank accounts, hundreds of thousands of dollars, what happens? Do the banks notify the FIC? And if they did, what did the FIC do about it? So when matters of this come up, one of the things we should be asking is, if the banks actually notified the FIC and the FIC did nothing about it, then whoever has the FIC and those in line are not fit to hold their position, because they look away whilst crime is being committed, and they may even be complicit. So beyond what they investigate, sometimes when there's clear evidence, as in the case of the PPA CEO, that a crime of this nature happened, we expected FIC to have held the banks responsible. And if it occurred or it came out that the banks did their work by reporting, but they did nothing, then certain people should lose their jobs. So whoever occupies that position would think twice before looking away the next time. So that is one thing I would want to add to that accountability on the state institutions. Now to the investigative journalism part. I often say that many journalists would be happy to do investigative reporting. Everything aside, there's prestige in it. It sets the journalist apart. It has given some of us so much exposure and benefits that doing the day-to-day reporting could not have. I was in Harvard last year, fully paid for a fellowship and everything. These are benefits of investigative reporting. But the cost is so huge that it overshadows the benefits. So when I speak to young journalists in the journalism training institutions and I ask them if they would want to do investigative reporting, they always know. The very visible one that everyone tends to perhaps appreciate is the danger we face in terms of physical harm. But there is a legal aspect of it that hampers the work of investigative journalists. People can just saddle you with so many court cases. In the past 10 years, I have been sued 11 times for defamation. 4 of the suits were, I think, 2 each from different institutions, but the other 7 were individual institutions. So it's like, as we speak, those that we have 7 of them not going to trial. I mean, 7 of the cases. The only ones that have gone to trial, or the only one has gone to trial, and the SML one is just starting. And in the previous ones, there was a case that sued 2017. And then the corrupt businessman who sued me went to the head of a very prominent religious organization in this country, and somebody from that family met me. That, well, they think the man has spoken to them. It was possible he could get this case resolved. He was the first person. A former chief of staff at the office of the president told me they could get it done. I said, well, I have been accusing this person of corruption. Nobody's doing anything about it. So if he sues me, it will be an opportunity for me to prove in court that he's actually corrupt. Then the minister of state also did the same. I rejected. Then I asked this man. He sued me. So if he wants this case to be resolved and then whatever, am I the one to give permission? And he said that, look, he said he thought that after suing you, you would slow down, but it looks like you are even escalating it. It's even worse than before. So he wanted to make peace. And what I said was that I couldn't guarantee that if I made peace with him and found any corruption case about his businesses later, I wouldn't report it. There is something which is common in the US here that they call SLAP, Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. A lot of these suits happen because the business people, the influential people just want to intimidate the journalists and the media houses. I'm so lucky that when I was at Joy, the multimedia group paid for every legal cost that came with them. Some of them even sued me based on Facebook posts I made because of the corruption in their businesses. Two of them, RLG and then Zoom Lion, they were based on my Facebook comments about their businesses. The multimedia group paid the legal fees. Then when I got to the fourth estate, whatever came, the Media Foundation did it. And I think recently, the Africa Center for Energy Policy is also helping. I'm saying this to emphasize that if all these monies for the legal battles were to come directly from me, I would at a point begin to think twice and say, look, I cannot foot the legal cost of even defending myself. So I'd want to backtrack. There was an instance that we were sued by someone outside of the jurisdiction of Ghana. And the cost was so much that we couldn't get lawyers to defend us there. We were advised to try a settlement, and we made concessions, and this person said, no, we had to take down the story and then do a whole lot of things. Then we felt that no, we apologize and pay money, all of that. And we felt everything we published was right. We could defend this anywhere. And I've never negotiated any suit. All those who went away, they stopped following after I filed my defense. But in this case, getting a lawyer and a legal firm in that jurisdiction was so expensive. So what happened? Eventually, we got some lawyers who said they would represent us for free, and if they won, they will get the court to get the money from those people. And all of a sudden, these people were not prepared to negotiate. We're prepared to negotiate now, and they were even prepared to now pay our lawyers for whatever cost they had incurred, so that this case wouldn't go to court. And what this says is that these people knew that they had no case against us, but they also knew that we couldn't raise the money to defend ourselves. So one of the things that I think maybe we should be considering for not only investigative journalists and the media, but also civil society and other persons who are committed to blowing the whistle, is to begin to look at anti-SLAP laws. Laws that will prevent powerful people who have so much money to get the best lawyers or saddle journalists with suits. Even if you take the monies out, if all these cases were to go to trial, you can imagine the number of times I'll be in court every single month. This is in addition to being a witness for some state institutions, like the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I do sometimes for the Attorney General's Department and all of that. So I might spend all the time being harassed by lawyers under cross-examination, and then the work itself will not be done. So if there's one thing that I think the Constitution or maybe the legal system can protect those who stick out their necks to fight corruption, they should, in a way, be saved or protected from legal harassment, legal suits that do not have any merit, but are targeted at silencing the people who engage in exposing those acts of corruption. Thank you.
Okay, Dogbevi, I'm the managing editor of Ghana Business News. A lot has been said about structures. And the problem I have noticed with anti-corruption systems in Ghana is we have the traditional systems, and because they are dysfunctional, we create more structures. The CID, the IFC, what have you, were supposed to be dealing with corruption. And because they were ineffective, we set up charge, another layer of structure, more costs. And then with time, they also become dysfunctional or ineffective. Then we said, let's get a special prosecutor. Then we got a special prosecutor. And the first special prosecutor was dramatic, as we all experienced. And then, of course, he gave up. And now we have another special prosecutor who consistently gets pushed back by government institutions by refusing to give him information. Others refuse to cooperate with him. For a long time, they didn't even have funding to do their work, and so on and so forth. And now we are talking about independent prosecutor. You know, another layer of structure, more cost. And with time, the independent prosecutor would face a lot of pushback. Then we start thinking of traditional prosecutor because the ones with foreign names have failed, right? So maybe say, Ahimfie prosecutor. You know, it's like nothing is working. We show intent, but in reality, things don't seem to work. And to follow on with Manasseh's contribution, journalists, we talk about whistleblowers, but how about journalists? Journalists take great risks to expose corruption. They are not protected. I run an organization, we don't have funding. If somebody hits us with a lawsuit now, there's not a single Ghanaian organization we can turn to for help. And as I speak now, one of my reporters has been sued for a story he's yet to write. We haven't even published it. He's been sued because he sent a set of questions. And of course, we always insist on the right to reply when we are writing about you. So he sent a set of questions, and the subject says, I won't respond. And the next thing, he's been sued. And we've been going to court for a month now. And I kept wondering why the judge hasn't thrown out the case. And we have to go and find money outside Ghana to pay the lawyer who is taking on the case for us. How does the law protect journalists like us who have no structures, you know, like systems in terms of organizational structure, financial muscle, and the ability to hire lawyers to defend us in the course of our work? Because we don't also sell our stories. In fact, we literally work voluntarily, so we are funding our operations from our lunch money, as it were. And so it's purely work of dedication, not because we are selling the story and making money from it. Is there a way we can have a law? I don't know whether it should be in the Constitution or an LI or an act where it's clearly stated that if a journalist exposes corruption and the state intentionally prosecutes and some funds are retrieved, the journalist is paid a certain amount of money. Because I know that happens in Uganda. For instance, if a journalist reports a case of corruption and the state retrieves some money, the journalist is paid a percentage of the money. Because that can also be an effective way of encouraging journalists to continue to report on corruption. And as a result of what Manasseh shared, SLAP, a lot of young journalists are discouraged from engaging in hard-hitting journalism. I do training of young journalists in anti-corruption reporting, illicit financial flows, And some would ask you, why would you want me to do such a high-risk job? It's indeed high risk because you are reporting on people who are corrupt, engage in illicit financial flows, and therefore have tons of money to throw away. They have enough money to hire the best lawyers. And of course, if you have money to pay any lawyer, you can hire their services. And even though these lawyers know some of these cases are frivolous, they are making good money. So they will go to court. How do we legislate protection of journalists? Because the Constitution gives us freedom to operate, but we have no protection. We have no shield. If I go out there to expose corruption and whoever I expose meets me in a corner and slaps me, it's my personal responsibility to fight back. The police is not going to get up automatically to say a journalist has been attacked, so they're going to do their work if I don't report to the police. Or even when I report to the police, they may decide not to act on it. So how do we legislate protection of journalists? How do we legislate supporting journalists? I know in some countries, for instance, the law requires that the state allocates a certain budget to support journalists by buying advertising space in specific media houses. A certain percentage is allocated, and each media organization can apply or open their spaces for government institutions and organizations to advertise so they can generate revenue. I don't know if it is the same in Ghana. I haven't come across any such law. So if journalists cannot afford to even pay for their own investigations, it becomes even more difficult to pay for legal costs when people attack them with legal cases in the line of exposing corruption. So are we going to do that, and how do we do that? Would we include it in the Constitution? Do we think we need an LI, or do we need an act to do that? Because it's becoming common that journalists who expose corruption become more exposed to legal challenges, which is more expensive. And that is actually dissuading a lot of young journalists from engaging in hard-hitting journalism. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go back to something Manasseh said, and then also Ambassador Bosman, I will ask you to help me with something. Manasseh made mention of problems of record keeping in our system, and therefore how to track what people's incomes or assets are in this very informal economy. So if I have 1,000 cedis, for example, and you ask me how I got it, I sold my goods and I got it. And in this economy, there's no documentation in the informal sector. My question is, in order that this whole business of assets declaration will be effective and to avoid some of these things, what can we do? Perhaps Mr. Domlevo, who is an accountant and who's been in this business for a while, may help us in how we put in the mechanisms to document assets, incomes, and so on. If people who are working in the informal sector, particularly salary earners, it's very easy to track some of these things, especially if they are paid from, let's say, the consolidated fund. It's easy to determine that they should have received 20,000 cedis within this period. So how come their assets are worth so much? And so on. So I think that's one area that needs some thinking about. Ambassador Bosman, two things have come up here, and I think Manasseh also mentioned it. The SHRAJ being proactive in taking up investigation. what would be the challenges if Shraj was to take up, to proactively engage in, rather than, as the Constitution says, being responsive to allegations and complaints and so on. My other comment, my other point is, in your experience at Shraj and from what you know about Shraj, the cases that are reported to the Attorney General, can you give us an idea of the success rate when Shraj has made complaints to, say, the Attorney General's office, the outcomes, how successful have they been? We need to know this so that if there is a way of tightening up those processes, we can do that.
Well, the second question is very easy to respond. During my time at Shraj, the reports that were taken to the Attorney General for the Attorney General's attention or for the Attorney General's reaction, we don't have any of them that have come back with our recommendations that have been followed, or that we haven't had any. We did not have any responses why they were not followed. Okay, and indeed, the way the whole setup is and the Constitution is, the Attorney General, he has discretion. Discretion whether or not to follow our recommendation. He doesn't have to, and therefore he doesn't, or he didn't at those times, and he didn't justify why he didn't do it. With your first question, whether there were any challenges if Shraj took up investigations suo motu, there was no challenges except for the challenge of perhaps not having sufficient funds, perhaps to as it were, perhaps enhance your investigations. For the case that we were talking about right now, for the Anani case, nobody asked us to go and take out the matter. We did, because of the complaints. Well, the complaints and what we saw in the newspapers, and people were talking about it quite a bit. So we decided, let's go and look at what it is, what it all is. And one of the things that was, you may not know, but one of the things which was very innovative about the way that we handled that particular case was that when it became difficult to, as it were, pay for one of the witnesses, the main witness, to come to Ghana and come and respond to some of the allegations, etc., or to give us her testimony in person. What we did at the time, this was then we arranged to have a video conferencing from the States. And that's how we managed to also get some of the information. And what we did was we used our own, creative ways of doing things. And one was, well, get the witness to go to the mission, and if the mission was not able, the mission would find somewhere where that person could give the testimony. So that was the main challenge. And at the time, when we did ask or subpoena people to come before Shraj, they did. They did. So at least whilst I was there, it may have been difficult sometimes to get them, but they came. You know, such was the belief that under the Constitution, we had that right. You know, subsequently, I'm not too sure what happened afterwards, but I think that I can also say that some of my investigators at the time, I know, were harassed and they were coerced into doing certain things that they shouldn't have done, you know. So those, you can say these in themselves are challenges. There were not enough protection also for SHRAJ members, for investigators. Perhaps that's also a challenge. But to take up the investigations that we did at the time, I don't think that we didn't have, or at least I didn't feel that, you know, if we wanted to take this investigation, that there was a impediment for us not to take, because we believed that we could. We believed that we could. We didn't believe that we could not do it. And if we were not able to do it, it was perhaps because of funds, or because I didn't have enough investigators at the time, or perhaps the investigators were being harassed or coerced into certain things. Those were the main challenges we had.
So from you know, just a quick response to Emmanuel's question, and perhaps also to Manasseh's about the current state of the law and what protection or shield it provides or does not provide to journalists. I mean, I think everything that's currently in the law on journalism and anti-corruption is basically a matter of common law, right? It's common law defamation, right? It's not codified, including the practice, increasingly being discarded in most even common law jurisdictions, but this practice in our courts of prior restraint, the Americans call it prior restraint, which is that even before you publish, even when you have not published something, here it is possible for what you have not published to be enjoined, to be stopped, which is quite bizarre, right? But it happens here. I can't see how it squares with the constitutions, but it's common law practice. It can be done away with by statute, or it can be done away with in the constitution, right? And I think at the minimum, prior restraints should not be allowed. Pre-publication injunctions, like you haven't published the thing. You cannot defame somebody with something you have not published, right? So it just it's just simple. But somehow, it's very common in our jurisdiction, and it's come to be accepted by the courts. So I think at the minimum, I would say, you know, one of the things we can do away with is that legal doctrine from the common law, which, like I said, is being discarded in, you know, in most common law countries don't even follow that rule. The other things are a bit, you know, I think we can enhance whistleblower protections even more. You know, we can, of course, the incentive issue. I think the last stakeholder meeting, somebody also proposed a loser pays principle, right? Where, you know, those who bring opportunistic lawsuits just to basically prevent journalists from doing their work and saddling you with legal fees. One of the ways you can disincentivize that kind of opportunism is by shifting essentially the cost. At the end of the day, the loser pays your fees, right? If you have a loser pays rule, it means that those who bring bad suits, knowing that they are bad, but just to harass you, will in the end pay for it because your legal fees will be shifted onto them and they will pay it. So, you know, that's one of the ways in which you discourage these opportunistic lawsuits that are brought to harass people, is the loser pays principle. And, you know, the recovery, the idea of keeping some of the amounts that you recover when you expose corruption, or if you do a private cause of action, if we allow private persons to prosecute corruption cases, it would not be done as a criminal prosecution. Usually it would be done almost as a civil case, but with money damages being awarded to the state, and you get a portion of it. So there are ways in which I think the law, we can revise the current state of the law and modify it to really both protect journalists who do anti-corruption work as well as reward them. Both, provide a shield for you as well as to reward you. But I think on the defamation side, certainly this prior restraint business should not be going on in the 21st century. There should be no reason why courts should be preventing this lawsuit you just mentioned. You just administer a questionnaire, and then this person figures out from the questionnaire where you are leading, and then they bring a preemptive lawsuit based on what? That you gave them a questionnaire to fail? I mean, that's a bizarre kind of.
Yes, Manasseh Asuri's issue of reducing the burden of proof. I don't know whether he's looking at where we shift, the burden on the accused, the burden of which should be on him rather, instead of saying that maybe we should reduce the burden, because
there's been burden shifting in other jurisdictions, right? But you can also do presumptions. I mean, article, like I said, I think the article on asset declaration and what happens, there's a presumption there that if you made money subsequent to your first filing, if your network has grown in ways that cannot be explained, you are deemed, which is you are presumed to have acquired it illegally. So even the Constitution allows that presumption to be made, right? And therefore, the burden is on you. Once a presumption has been made against you, the burden is on you to prove that it is actually wrong, that the money was acquired lawfully. So the principle of shifting the burden through changing the presumption is already there. I think we just need the legal system to get used to the idea, and maybe the way you do it is to take it out of here and blow it up more in statute so that it's understood. Or if it's not, it's going to be challenged, then maybe you expand it in the Constitution and say that, look, this presumption is allowed.
Yeah, when it comes to corruption matters, yeah, we can do that. Why not? Yes. Then this, yes. Sorry. Are you on the floor? Let me finish. This loser pays principle, I think in civil practice, I mean, the costs follow the events. But the problem we have in Ghana is that our costs are too low. Our costs are too low. With a very low cost, you waste so much time in court, and then they don't really take into account how much that it is that you have wasted.
They award cost, or do the costs include the other person's all their legal fees?
They don't care about it. They have awarded you costs.
Oh, but then that's not making
Although CI makes it clear that in awarding costs, they should take certain things into consideration. Yet the costs which are awarded come nowhere near. How much is it that they don't care? They've given you awarded cost. Of course, these days the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal are going up. But the High Court, it's still quite ordinary. So I don't know what he thinks we can do about that. Again, I don't know whether they are looking for a fund to be set up to help them. Of course, with the opportunistic ones, as you are saying. But they should know the law of libel. They should be careful before they publish. They should check their facts. So if the facts are not correct and you are sued, you should cry your own cry. But if you have done the proper thing and you are struggling, maybe then we can look at these areas that they are talking about, whether there can be a democracy fund set up for them. And with with the many difficulties we have been having with releasing funds, even all the independent bodies are not getting what they ought to get. They are not getting what they ought to get. I don't know whether if they set up the fund, the monies will be paid into them for them to even benefit. Then the Shiraj is in the same position. I don't know whether they have anything like the IGF. I don't know whether they have IGF, because they are also complaining that they cannot meet their obligations because of lack of funds.
Right. No, I think if they were to have prosecutorial power and therefore the power also to levy fines and sanctions and stuff, then they would have IGF.
So those are the things we should rather be looking
Shrag
at.
then would have that.
That's what we should be looking at.
As of now, you just investigate. You can't levy any fine. You can't sanction anybody. You can't prosecute. Where are you going to get your IGF? It's not going to happen.
That's it.
So I think that should be tied to...
We should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Dr. Asante, for the presentation. It was very insightful. My name is Seth Bokwe. I work with the Fourth Estate. It's an accountability journalism project of the Media Foundation for West Africa. There was a conversation around whether Shraj should be the custodian of the asset declaration. We have done a bit of work around the asset declaration, and from our experience, we don't think Shraj will be able to do that work. I'm saying this because 3 years ago, we did some work where we revealed almost 428 public office holders had not declared their assets. And this list included 27 ministers. As of May 2022, 27 ministers from President Akufo-Addo's regime, both first and second term, never declared their assets. Never. 11 from President Mohammed's regime never did it. Others did it partially. They either did it when they were entering office or when they were exiting. Shraj was petitioned by, I think it was Nekopoku of CDD and 4 others. Till now, Shraj's investigation has not come to an end. This is 3 years ago. So I don't see how they were able to take an extra burden of investigating and then taking custody of, something like this. I think probably also this may have happened because on the part of the public office holder, the non-declaration or non-compliance, maybe because they are not well-oriented. For instance, there was a deputy minister I called, and he said, "Oh, my brother, I didn't get anything, so what do you expect me to declare?" So in his mind, he needed to get something from the office before he does the declaration. Another person said, "But that thing, we do it only once." This is somebody who had done it when he was appointed in 2017. And when we contacted him in 2022, he thought, that thing is supposed to be done only once. So probably the orientation part of it. So when Ambassador Bosman talks about reorienting, new parliamentarians, I think it would be good to do that. And to even think that about 185 MPs at the time we did this investigation had not done the declaration at all, 185. So I don't know whether they think they can get away with it. That's why they do it, or they simply don't know about it. And for me, I think thinking about the ways around it, one, probably we should give this responsibility to the OSP. The OSP. Yes. I believe that if the OSP can investigate corruption and anti-corruption related issues, and they are more dreaded than Shraj. I'm saying this because Shraj doesn't prosecute. If they don't prosecute, why should I be bothered? When you hear the OSP's name, there's a certain level of fear in you. So I would want this to rather go to the OSP. And then secondly, I think another level of it can be strengthening our digitalization process. For now, if you want to register your car, you need to connect it to the Ghana card. If you want to register your land, your house, it needs to be connected to the Ghana card. At the click of a button, you can easily track all the assets, unless, of course, they are registered in somebody else's name. And then also, we are doing some work on the Political Parties Act. I wouldn't want to give out so much. But I think if there's any regulation to be done, it should be done around the candidates. The Political Parties Act does not regulate candidates, but rather the parties. So the Act wants the parties to file their asset declaration and liabilities, but the candidate, for instance, the presidential candidate, who receives so much money is not captured. We can't assume that because the parties are captured, automatically the candidates will be captured as well, or will be responsible. And then also, we've done some bit of work around using the RTI law. By the way, the RTI law is what we use to get the information. We got from the Auditor General. In fact, my thesis was on the asset declaration law. I had done the same request at the time I was a student. They told me, my friend, these things are not entertained here. You can't come and ask about who and who has declared their assets. So I wasn't given the list. But through the RTI law, years later, I was able to get that document. But I think there's a problem with the implementation of the law. First of all, it looks as though there are some institutions that have immunity from giving you information. They don't want to do it. Minerals Commission is one. From 2021, every single information we've asked from the Minerals Commission, they've not given it to us. They've been fined. They've gone to court to fight us, but the information, no. Even when they are surcharged, I think probably because the fines is not paid by the head of the institution, they don't care about, giving you the information. And for some reason, the RTI Commission also thinks that the fine, I'm not saying that is what they actually do, but I think from my intuition, they think that the fine becomes a substitute for the information. Because the moment they are fined, they are fined. They don't give you the information. I even doubt if they pay the fine. Secondly, the security services, the Ghana Police Service, never. They would never give you information if you ask for it. So those are pertinent issues that I think would be important to deal with if we are to deal with corruption in Ghana. Then finally, Manasseh makes a very important point about anti-SLAPP laws. I think it's very important because it's restraining, really. Just last year, we did some work on the National Service Secretariat. We wrote to them and asked for interview. And we are giving you the opportunity to respond to what we found and then also to give us information. Then you rush to court to go and injunct. Who does that? So I think it's very important. The anti-SLAPP laws are very important. If we can do that, we can take a heavy toll away from the journalists as well. Thank you so much.
So on your asset declaration, what about decentralizing the custody of the implementation of the declaration? So, for example, the president is responsible for appointing all manner of persons, right? Why shouldn't it be the obligation of the president to ensure that those persons that he or she employs or appoints have actually complied with the law before they are appointed? Why shouldn't the speaker be the one we put in charge of doing it for MPs? Why is the CJ or the Judicial Secretary or whoever not the one responsible for this, so that we have, bringing the obligation down to those who are actually doing either the hiring or who are superintending these people, would make it easier. Then we can keep copies of it at whether OSP or SHRAJ or multiple places. It doesn't have to be one place. Public Service Commission has some, OSP keeps some, Auditor General, so that it doesn't become this only one place you go to for it. If you're a president and you are appointing ministers and they are subject to the law, why should somebody else be the one to ensure that your ministers have complied? when you are the one doing their due diligence, you are the one checking their background, supposed to be doing all of that, right? So maybe decentralizing the obligation to ensure that the key principal officers at these points are the ones to whom the filing is being made and who must ensure that they do them. And then we just keep records somewhere, but just expecting everybody to go to Auditor General or OSP or SHRAJ, and these, in our scheme of things, ministers will think, but who is this? The minister will probably respond more to the president than to SHRAJ. And maybe the president will do it to whatever, the Chief Justice, the president. So something like that might work better than just the current system where only one body has custody or only one body can give you the form or one of those kinds of things.
Yeah, Chairman, I think that may work, but for accountability purposes, it may become difficult. For instance, if I am tracking compliance as a journalist, it means I have to write to 5, 6 institutions.
If you are investigating a minister, you just go to the president, office of the president. I want the asset declaration of your ministers, and the president should have custody. You want MPs, you go to the speaker, and they should have. All the people who are ministers, all the people who are speakers. Where's the record, the register in Parliament of these things? You want judges, you go to the CJ, they know who is a judge. So that at each point, you want a public officer who is not a political appointee, you go to Public Service Commission. So there are all these things kept there. So each organization is playing their role. But if you want somebody, the president doesn't, mind if the minister has filed, you have to go to OSP before you get the minister's filing. What about their boss?
If I may add, I think that at the time we were doing this story, we were not interested in specific people. Broadly, how is the level of compliance like? If you are checking that, it means that you'd have to write to this person, that person, that person. And we know that depending on who is in power, you won't get it. For instance, we've asked for information from the presidency. We were told by, specifically, we wrote to the presidency asking for the president's trips abroad when these private jet issues became an issue. And the response was that we didn't get it. So we wrote to the RTI Commission. And the commission said we could not pass the public interest test. So ideally, we could have demonstrated that by gathering signatures to show that this is a public interest issue. But for me, the work of a journalist is a public interest job. So you can't say, I need to demonstrate public interest. So depending on who is in power, you may get it. So we may write to the presidency and we won't get that information. But if it's resting with an independent body like the Auditor General and OSP, they will release it. As you speak, we've asked again for the list now, hoping that we'll be able to track the President 31st March promise. So in this instance, if I was writing, I have to write to about 6 bodies. That's a waste of, pardon my language, sir, but that would be a waste of our time. But if it's one body, you will just go to that body.
Why would it be a waste of your time? You want the information. The president is the responsible appointing authority. We have given you an obligation to make sure that the people you appoint comply with the law before you appoint them. Why?
Pardon my language, sir. I think it will be a little easier, I should say so rather, because the experience with the presidency, the experience with some of the ministries makes it extremely difficult. For instance, if I've written to the Mortuaries and Funeral Facilities Authority asking for information. It took 8 months to get that. We've written to Scholarship Secretariat. It took 18 months to get that for one story. For a journalist, time is very important.
Yeah, but you're also omitting the fact that a positive response is not the only response you are looking. If the president is refusing to answer a question, that is a story. That is a report. That the president, who is under the Constitution, assuming that that was a constitutional duty, the president, though compelled by the Constitution to do this, has refused to give. That is news. That is political. There's a political cost to the president not obeying the command of the Constitution. So it's not that if they refuse to give you, fine, that is still newsworthy for a journalist. The president did not comply. I mean, and there should be a political cost to that kind of evasion. Why would you not comply? You've appointed all these ministers who haven't declared their assets, and we come to you for information and you say you won't give it to us. Is it not bad?
But would it also be possible to have the arrangement you mentioned? Then the Auditor General, whoever is going to be the custodian, receives a copy. Is that also possible?
Absolutely. So you have multiple, you make the first filing to your immediate boss or whatever organization, and then at the same time, copies are given to these other bodies. I think it would be probably a more effective way to do it.
Thank you, sir. And my apologies for the use of the waste of time. I'm sorry.
You used a bad word. I didn't hear.
Thank you.
After you, our one Ghana people.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I have to disagree with you. I don't think the decentralization for me works. I think really for the asset regime, we really need somebody in charge of the regime that really sort of not just receiving submissions and so on and so forth, but ensuring that people even know what it is that they are declaring. When Mr. Domolovo was there, there's a lot of work that was done, even in identifying who is eligible to declare under the law, because there's an omnibus clause that puts an income threshold. So I think through the Accountant General, you were able to extract that and put all of them, I think you put all of them on a platform, and then we're sending, so there's a lot more administrative work. But the reason why, I remember, Mr. Chairman, you made this point that in this place, if you can't even control Aboboya and things like that, you want to go and demand accountability from the president. It's probably easier for the Constitution to say, give timelines to the Auditor General to publish those who have declared, sort of almost periodically. So if, say, currently it says before you take office, so by the first 6 months or every half year, the Auditor General will publish an update of all those who are declared. If that publication comes out and ministers have not declared, the president will definitely act. And I think that's a much faster route than going to demand from the president to do that accounting. So it is still the same trigger, but I think it's faster because just like the Auditor General publishes the public accounts and so on and so forth, I feel that that sort of routine, technical, reporting and publication would trigger these sort of gaps within the system. And then I also wanted to talk about the Shraj one, because as we've been discussing, I've been looking at the Inspector General of Government, the IGG in Uganda. And I'm thinking, given what Shraj already does, so Shraj already does ethics training. I think through NACAP, they're supposed to set up ethics, integrity systems, ethics training, and so on and so forth, that we could actually treat Shraj like an IGG. Because with all the compliance issues that we are putting across the system, ethics and all those things, who should be reporting on that? Like, to tell us whether people are complying or violating these rules. so that Sraj almost becomes like the internal auditor for corruption. And then the other agencies, more specialized agencies, like the YOCOs and whatever, become external auditors, right? But somebody that, because if you look at Sraj's functions, where it talks about their responsibility for, I think it's 218B, complaints concerning functioning of Public Services Commission and all of those things, that could really be converted into an IGG function, like an Inspector General of Government, where these ethics and integrity provisions and all of those things, Sraj is monitoring, but is required to report periodically, so that if somebody is failing to, comply with these things, then sanctions, take place. But you do need somebody within government system to be doing that. And I think Sraj already has the structure to be able to do that kind of activity. And I
so
think
when you say analogous to the Inspector General, so Sraj officers from that unit would either, because you also drew analogy to the internal auditors, right? Would they be posted to these various public bodies, or would they just have a right or the authority to make periodic visits, like audits to these places to check compliance?
So currently, per NACAP, the Sraj is supposed to train, so they're supposed to be ethics officers for every entity. And then they basically are supposed to undertake certain ethics compliance.
Who are Sraj officers?
These are officers from the
institution itself.
From the institution itself. But it's Sraj that basically trains, monitors, supervises. So they are supposed to report periodically to Sraj on ethics compliance. And then Sraj will put the report together. But it also includes training them. It also includes, so it's sort of like a system overseer, basically. But through these officers and entities, it's supposed to, like Sraj doesn't do some of the things, the public services evaluation and assessment. But that is also provided in their functions. So they could even do like a report on conflict of interest compliance across, and produce a report who is, complying, who is not complying. And then it will require government to take action. But somebody needs to be checking that system. I think that's what the IGG does in Uganda. And that could actually work in terms of the complementarity between some of these investigative bodies and the many that we currently have in the system.
Even Museveni is doing some things better than we are. We are very behind. Sure.
All right. So, thank you very much for all the submissions. I'm thinking through the media and looking at ownership of media outfits by politicians. It's quite pervasive, and I know that this creates a space where either stories are covered up or narratives are shaped for political gain. And I'm wondering, there's the National Media Commission, but I see that the focus is on one, besides freeing up the space, looking at the state media. How do we make sure that media ownership by politicians is addressed without infringing also on people's rights to, own private enterprises? So that's one. And I'm wondering, we've talked about the right to information, we've talked about data, we've talked about the statistical services having a role to play. I'm wondering whether, especially from the Auditor General's perspective also, the role of technology and data and being able to capture that to make it easier to access information that helps in auditing, in publications, media for investigative journalists. So I haven't heard anything in that line, so I'd love to hear something. And then I'm just reflecting as we're talking. There are times when I've signed some of these online petitions, the parks and gardens and all those things, but you're signing it and you're thinking, this thing, it really won't go anywhere, but you're signing it just in case. By some miracle, something happens. Now, I've been interested in public interest, suits as the conversation has been going on. Is there room where, let's say, for the removal of a corrupt official, or for just being able to give voice to values that people have, signatures, petitions, where can we use that as a tool to actually begin to throw the spotlight and agitate for change when it comes to corruption? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Anybody wants to respond to that? Are you still there, Manasseh? In the meantime, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yourself?
Yes, I'm Kwashi Fleshalati from United One Ghana. I think this issue...
United One Ghana in town, if you don't know.
Yeah. This
but
question...
you are going far. Is that what you said? Oh, you are ready to win power. Sure.
Yeah, I think this issue goes to the former Auditor General. I raised this issue last week about the Central Contract Clearing House. Before the week ended, that was last week, the finance minister comes in and then brings a new Public Financial Management Act 2025, talking about the government contracts must have finance ministry
clearance before
approval.
Yeah.
So I think, Madam,
you were trying to.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
so the minister probably got the idea from you.
Yeah, they are stealing the ideas though. But what I'm trying to bring it out is that we needed this in order to curb the judgment debt and stuff like that. So I'm happy about this development, but then where lies the liability? It shouldn't be on the state. It should be on the people, those individuals put in place to make sure that all these things are done properly. When it comes to implementation, the auditing department works with the necessary department to make sure that at every stage there is accountability and transparency, so that we can be able to control this judgment debt issue. So I think former Auditor General should, come in. If it has to come in, he has to come in and then explain these things to us. And also with the NDPC, with their long-term projections and all that, I beg, we should be having like 12 years maximum, so that anyone who is there must be accountable for whatever he has produced. When it comes to the political parties being one of the agents of corruptions and all that, that's why United One Ghana, we are projecting this proportional representation to the general public and to as well as the CRC to really look into this. This is going to make sure the corruption and stuff like that are minimized. So this is our plea. Thank you.
Well, I have to, in all seriousness, commend the United One Ghana people. They've been here, the only political party that has been here throughout all of our stakeholder sessions. Maybe it's because they are not governing, they have time, you see.
Actually,
but
Prof, actually, we are interested in constitutional reforms.
Okay, so, it's one of your main manifesto items.
It's part of those. So that's why you see us here.
You have been faithful to your course, because you've been here from day one and you've always made substantive contributions. But I also realize that you are very good at splitting the contributions so that you say one and your friend also says one. So he already has a mic. Yeah. I like the division of labor that you have been doing.
Okay. My name is Simon Aboninga, also from United Wangana. I would like to make a comment on the, we seems to create multiple anti-corruption agencies that seems to work the same way, like the SRAJ, the PAC, that's the PAC, and all that. So what we at United Wangana suggest is that we should at least split the powers. Maybe SRAJ, if it is about the constitutional or something legal stuff, they handle that. If it's about the accounts of the accounts, public accounts committee, yeah. If it's about that, they must be empowered or given the prosecutorial powers or to make arrests, to be able to make arrests, because when you look at their work, they are also doing investigation. So we must also give them the powers to do what? Prosecute those who are found culpable of financial mismanagement and all that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, I thought what you were saying, but your last point, I guess, clarifies it for me. I thought what you were saying is that we have so many different anti-corruption bodies that we should either promote specialization so that if SRAJ is doing A,
yes,
OSP is doing B, the other institution is doing C, they are not all doing the same thing.
Yes.
But then your last, you ended just by saying that because SRAJ is already doing investigation, we must just let it go the full distance by doing prosecution. Is that...
That is the confusing here, Mr. Chairman. SRAJ is doing investigation, PAC is also doing the same thing. So we can specialize it. That's why I said, I gave an example. Not that I don't know what they are doing, but they are all doing investigation. Okay. So we should specialize it in that regard. Maybe financial aspect, they know. The PAC, they know that this financial aspect is this. So they should handle that aspect when it comes to that. And then they try to take the legal aspect of it.
Because I remember a time when there were only two. There was SFO, Serious Fraud Office, and then SRAJ. And I remember that we did some work at CDD when there were only these two main bodies. And we were trying to see whether or not they had some overlapping jurisdiction or areas or overlapping mandates. And what we found in our research was that because they had overlapping mandates, sometimes one would not act because they thought the other would act, or sometimes the other would act to preempt the counterpart from acting. So it's either that some corruption cases, neither agency would touch something because they think, this one will do it, this one will do it, and then it never gets done. Or they will be stepping on each other's foot. I mean, so we were trying to figure out a way to harmonize the relationship so that either they would, because there's also a case for one of the things that I think both Kojo and even Manasseh has stated is that this monopoly of prosecution is not necessarily very good, right? If only one institution thinks they can do prosecution of corruption, then when they don't do it, then nobody does it. So they become a gatekeeper, and when they don't do it, no. So it's always good to have more than one probably doing something, but you have to find a way to make sure that they are working, they're on the same page, and not either crossing each other in a bad way, or both of them abandoning the work because they think the other one must do it and the other one isn't doing it. So it's an interesting, but now that we have multiple, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think it's a very important point we need to consider. How do we harmonize to make sure that maybe we have too many? Somebody said we should merge some of them. Maybe, I don't know, but on the central clearing point.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Before the central, let me comment on the issue you are talking about. From experience, the multiple anti-corruption agencies is very counterproductive. Counterproductive. There were instances where you begin an audit, then they will go and collect all the files and go away because they have been instructed, if you don't take the files away, these people are coming to create problem. So for months, one will be keeping it from. So I mean, the executive was using one institution to protect the criminals against the other. That's why I was saying that if it is proper, let's rather merge them. They have departments. And again, if you look at Honorable Cecilia Dapa's case, after OSP has wasted our time for a very long time, came and said it's not within my jurisdiction. It is that of Yoko. Yoko, what has happened? But if it was the same institution, it's just a matter of passing it to the department so that you don't come and raise excuses. So I think that is very important. On the clearance.
But on this merger issue, is the merger the solution or some way of harmonizing? You know, so for example, you could have, you know, I don't know how to put it, rules of engagement among these agencies. And you say, well, if it's this matter, then this one is the lead.
Yes.
If it's that matter, then the other agency is the lead. And if this one starts, this one can, I mean, maybe merger would work, but is that the real issue currently, or should we find a way of harmonizing their work so that they are not basically undermining each other, stepping on each other's foot? I mean, isn't that the real challenge?
Prof, it's just a matter of the agency decided to go with their mandate. You say, we suspect corruption and corruption related. It means OSP can do it. Until they come back and say, no, after our lengthy investigation, there is no corruption. Then
nobody can do it after that.
Then Yoko may say, oh, this is money laundering. We suspect money laundering. So they take over. After a long time, say, we didn't identify actually any illicit flows. So that is where I'm coming about. I'm trying to run away, so if I can answer the main question. Actually, the act which was passed on the 2nd of April is Public Procurement Amendment, not PFM. It's Public Procurement Amendment Act. Yes, and that requires the clearance from the Ministry of Finance commencement certificate before it is done. The good thing about this act is, if you have read it, you realize it puts responsibility on individuals. That is, if you approve the contract without getting the clearance, the liability is on you. So, in fact, the jail terms and the fines, etc., they are all in the law against the officers. So I think that satisfies you a bit, isn't it?
This is first manifesto item has been checked already.
Yes.
The punishment. I'm more skeptical about the punishment.
Yeah, the punishment
is it going
on the
to be
on the
like 30
okay.
years, 40 years?
Okay.
Because we don't like the 5 years and the 10 years.
No, the punishment, let me read it to you.
Also, to pay off the judgment debt. I mean, the incurred debt must be paid by those committee members who are overseeing the contract being approved.
Okay, it says that a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not less than 100 penalty units and not more than 2,500 penalty units. Multiply that by 12. Or a term of imprisonment of not less than 6 months and not more than 5 years, or to both. So it's now for you to determine whether it's punitive enough.
It's not enough, Cry. It is not enough.
Then
ask
for another amendment.
At that. Yes, you have to relook at that.
And in the Kenyan Constitution, you know, an officer in that position would also be barred from public office, you know, for the duration, I mean, for life.
true. Because this amount.
I mean, is it? I was wondering if we could get you to answer. I could get you to answer this one more question before you escape us. I think.
Let me just ask him a question before he leaves. Mr. Dolovo, I just want to pick your mind on judicial corruption and how do you think we can tackle judicial corruption?
I started praying, lead us not into temptation. Judicial corruption is very difficult. I think we must speak the truth. It's very difficult because the judge has this immunity of passing any judgment, even if it is corrupt, you just have to appeal. But he is not held personally liable, unlike if he defaults in the course of procurement by coming out with the wrong judgment or decision, we can hold him or her accountable. Of course, I'm told there's some judicial sanctions that you can get later on, but it depends upon who told you to give the judgment that way. So if you told me to judge that way, I don't know if you can also do the same thing. I'm speaking a bit in parable now because I can't go straight. We are also aware that some judges gave judgments and immediately got transferred and things happened to them. So it's a bit difficult. But I think, like I was talking to my brother Kojo, that what we should do is that we should not leave ambiguities or what do we call it in law? Anacuna in the laws so that people have to interpret. We must clarify our laws. Unfortunately, we can't do that in the Constitution. The Constitution cannot go into every detail, but or we can do that. Yeah, it's not doable in a.
There is no law of constitutions that say you can't do that.
Oh, you can do that. Oh, okay. Then
There is
try
nothing.
it.
There is no international law, universal law of constitutions that say that that says you can't write a constitution this way. It's a problem-solving exercise. Okay. If it solves your problem, that's fine. I mean, you can't put everything in a constitution,
I think
but
saying that
it can be done.
We can't conceive of every possible situation.
Exactly.
So
that is what I'm talking about. Yes. But there are some situations where you can see clearly, this is what the Constitution needs. And the people go and do purposeful and whatever full interpretation, and you don't know whether it's actually purposeful or economic full.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the challenge. Is that sometimes you can be as specific and prescriptive as possible, but judges can go some other way. And this is one of Professor Kwekwasari's frustrations with constitutional review, because he takes the position that regardless of how much clarity you bring to the text, judges who don't want to do the right thing will continue not to do the right thing. So he has been a big skeptic of the constitutional review project. But thank you very much, Mr. Domlebo, for sitting through the day.
Prof, can I make a quick comment?
Please.
On your thoughts on the when he talked about merging the anti-corruption agencies versus harmonization of how they work. I think I'll go for the harmonization. If you merge them, and for some reason there was other political, executive, or other criminal influence, so that the institution gets compromised, then we're in trouble. So if you merge all the anti-corruption agencies, but for some reason they get compromised because of infiltration, then we'll have a great difficulty. So it's better to still have separate institutions, some overlaps, but clear thinking around how do they harmonize working together with the proposals you're making. For example, in this context, this one takes the lead, etc. I think that would be a safer route rather than saying we merge them, and then if there's any kind of compromise there from the top, then we would have failed ourselves. Thank you.
So how do you do the interagency coordination and harmonization? I mean, one way would be to say SHRAJ is the constitutional body mandated to fight corruption. So SHRAJ becomes our lead anti-corruption body, and then SHRAJ provides an interagency framework for harmonizing whoever is doing work on corruption. has to fit into, SRAJ basically, either you have weekly or quarterly or whatever meetings, so that if there's a case, the agencies that are fighting corruption can meet, compare notes. I mean, if we just leave it, because they are all coming from different agencies, one reports to the AG, somebody reports to finance minister, somebody reports to interior minister, right? If you don't have an interagency framework for coordinating the work they do, I mean, you can see them moving in different directions. So it's true that the merger is not a great idea, but you have to find an interagency network system with one lead agency that harmonizes everything.
And I think that your proposal will work, that there is that kind of meeting point, whether it's quarterly, we are discussing all the key cases and we are agreeing who has responsibility, clearly from the mandate, who should take the role, the key role, and who can support. I think that will work. So if we established it within the Constitution, then they are compelled to go along with it. I just don't know whether we'll be able to, anti-corruption section. I mean, I know there's already that debate about whether TRAJ is the lead or should be the lead. Now we've created the OSP. So that's a debate that will have to be resolved. But once we've identified the lead within the space, I think that proposal should work.
I don't know. I think the Human Rights Commission is probably the one. At this point, I mean, we don't want to create new agencies. It appears that the ombudsman and the anti-corruption work sit quite comfortably together, right? SRAJ can do that. Of course, there's a way to look at corruption also as a human rights problem. But I think that one, can actually probably be spun off on its own. And there have been proposals here about Gender Equality Commission and other commissions. You can create a rights kind of specific commission to deal with those things and leave SRAJ to do the ombudsman / anti-corruption work. And then, once you empower it, give it, prosecutorial power, other things, it could actually then play the lead agency role a lot better. But if you add the lead agency role to just a division of SRAJ is doing anti-corruption, then it could be a lot of work, but maybe, I mean, there are different ways we can look at this, but I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Those who haven't exercised their voices, if you want to see if your voice still works, you are free to use it so that. But otherwise, I think it's been a long day. Thank you for coming. It's about 5:30. I think we can close at 5:30. We didn't start on time, so we would have eaten a little bit into our time, but I think that's fine. We thank you very much for making the time. These meetings are extremely important to us because we almost always get some new insights, some new perspectives, some very good proposals and new ways of thinking about the problem that we are confronted with. I mean, like I said, we take this as a problem-solving exercise. We are looking for solutions to particular problems that affect us as a country in the governance area. So all of your proposals are most welcome. We urge you, if you haven't made a written submission, to actually do that, because at the end of all of these engagements, we will then go through the written submissions, and if we are not able to capture some oral points that you made here, but it's in a written form, we still have documentation to that effect, and that would help us. So thank you for coming. We will take a break for Easter from today, so we will announce the timetable or the calendar for the rest of the engagements later on in due course. We are likely to begin our zonal engagements after Easter, but then there's a good chance that when we return from all of the tours around the country, we'll come back and have a few more sittings like this with particular groups, special interest groups and others, business, community, organized labor, academia, civil society, the security services, those other groups. So if any of these, if you fall in any of these categories, there will be another opportunity to, of course, have you here and hear what you have to offer us. But you can also meet us at our various forums across the country. We'll start in Accra, then we'll go up north and come down in that order. So you are also, once we publish the calendar for the zonal engagements, take note of where you would be at that time, and you can always appear to make your points. On those forums, it's open-ended. We don't do it thematically, so you can come and make a presentation on any issue that you want. So One Ghana, that's a good opportunity for you to win more. Oh, you are going to travel with us. Okay, on that note, have a good evening. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks.